All right, what is going on, everybody? We are here getting ready to watch Sam Ryno Henderson versus Elsie Cash Lance. They're going to be starting with a race to 7 8 ball, I believe. And then they're going to be playing a race to 10 9 ball. And they will be finishing out with a race to 9 10 ball. Race to 8 10 ball, I believe, actually. Sorry. So please give this stream a share. Help us get it out there right away. And we'll get started in just a few moments. And Chad. And here we are. I think both players should be getting ready to start right away. And here are both players getting started right away. Customary handshakes. And we're going to have the lag. Let's get this. This has been an absolute nightmare to get set up. There was some internet issues, some connection issues, and I think we're going to continue to run into some of those along the way. So try to be patient with us. This is for the kids. We are trying to get a bigger recognition out there for the kids. So that's why we wanted to make sure that this match still happened. We wanted to force it through. And we are going to get going. So I'm going to be joined in the booth very soon, I believe, by Chad Sholders. And I think he just joined in because we just heard some audio in the background. I can. Hello, 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 Chad. Not too bad. So Sam won the leg. We're starting with 8 ball. This is going to be a race to 7, huh? Good stuff, good stuff, good stuff. Who are you picking for the first set? Who's going to win the first set? All right, well, I'll know who's going to win probably after the 14th rec. That's when I'll know. That's my sweet joke, you know, because 14 will be done by then. All right, so let's give a couple shout outs to the people out there that are tuning in. Lil Chris, we are not streaming this to YouTube. We had some connection issues and we weren't able to make that one happen as well. So sorry to anybody who wanted to tune in via YouTube, but I guess you won't know that we're not streaming to YouTube. So what can you do? Faith Ekman, hopefully that's right. Thank you very much for the stars. We appreciate that. You're not hearing Chad. Well, I'm going to have to fix that, I guess. Why aren't you hearing Chad? Gonna have to try to work through that one, Chad.
Can they hear me yet, Nate?
All right. Hopefully that will fix the issues we have with Chad's audio. Chad, can you hear me?
I can hear you. I just got a thumbs up that they can hear me.
Okay. Chad, you here?
Yes, I am.
Perfect. I hope that that's going to. I think that's going to solve everything. So everybody out there, let me know. Okay. So Patrick Neal says he can hear you now. So perfect. I think we are good to go then. We have ourselves some pool action now. I believe this will be all of the technical difficulties we run into, but I'm sure it probably won't be, huh?
I'm always, it seems like every time I do one of these things, I've got a technical problem. And I think it's probably because I'm not a technical person. And and I just don't know what you guys run into. All you streamers are so good at your job. Then you ask me to do something for you 1,000 miles away or something, and I have no clue what I'm doing. So, fly by the seat of my pants. But luckily, I got 17-year-old kids here and 14-year-old kids. They know more about technology than me, so it works out.
Well, there you go. So we're gonna have two camera views for this today. The one, unfortunately, is it's a little. It. So I guess we're only gonna have one again. Did you forget to put the cameras on Do Not Disturb, Chad?
Uh, I don't know that. Why would you do that to me?
Because we lost one of the cameras.
Stand by. I'll be right back.
Remember that one time where I said like 2 seconds ago that we're not going to run into any technical difficulties?
Right.
Oh,
Well, you just did.
well, there it's back
Be right.
again. Oh, hold on,
Oh,
Chad. It
okay.
just came back, so now I get to fix it again. There we go. This is going to be glorious.
So I got to tell you something. If you can, if can you still hear me?
I can still hear you. Yep,
Okay. I've never been to this pool room before, and I don't know if you have, but
I have not.
it is it is fantastic.
Well, I'm telling you what,
Um,
it looks insanely busy there. I can tell you that.
it, it's beautiful. The um the uh the tables are perfect. They clean the balls every day. The floor, it's antiseptic in here. The service is great. The ownership is awesome and accommodating. I mean, if you haven't ever been to this pool room, you need to get into this pool room.
It's a good shot there. So take a look at what he's got here. He's got the 9 ball kind of up on an island. It doesn't look like it'll pass the 3 ball. Although he's kind of looking at the angle for the 8 ball, so maybe it does pass the 3. He can certainly play it through the 3 ball. If he hits off of just the right edge of the 3 ball, he'll pocket the 3 ball, and the cue ball will kind of, as if it was a cut shot, will cut into the outside jaw of the pocket. Yeah, but he hit it a little bit too thick.
Yeah, didn't quite get it, huh?
But he left the 9 ball in play for those solids, so I suspect we're going to end up seeing a safety out of Cash. I don't think he's going to try to run these out.
He's got he's got a lot of short side play if he's going to get out from there.
Yeah, and I'm not. It looks like the 5 will pass the 8 ball with this view. Of course, he's standing in the way now. It looks like the 5 ball will pass the 8 ball, but the 2 ball will certainly not.
Hmm.
So we can take a look at this view right here. It looks like the 5. It's a little bit blurry. It's not the best camera, unfortunately, but it looks like it'll pass. The problem is the 2 ball's not going to. So even if you do that, you're going to end up banking the 2 ball. I like just playing safe right here. Come off the bottom side of the 1 ball as we're looking at this, and just use all of those balls as a cannon. The only reason I don't like pocketing that ball and playing for a better one is because you kind of want to have your soldiers on the field for this one, I think. You want as many balls available to you as possible if you're going to play a safety battle. You might.
Yeah, I think that's right. And I mean, I think is that the one ball out in the middle of the table? If there was a way that he was able to push, it sounds counterintuitive, but there's a way he was able to play a safe where he could bring the one ball to the end rail towards the nine ball. He might be able to give himself a better opportunity if he ever to get ball in hand to get on that two ball to move it.
Yeah, I think if you're able to get the ball in hand, I like actually just making the 2-9 combination and kind of sneaking your cue ball underneath that 5 ball.
I see.
You could, yeah, I think this is the smart play here, and this is basically what he could have done off of the first shot. I mean, then he still would have had a 4 ball sitting in the jaws of that top left pocket, and that's kind of why I like playing that the first time, because then you have a ball that you can make from anywhere on the table.
Yeah, nice provisional ball if in case you have to play something weird on that too. And you can't really control if you lose your cue ball, you still have a shot.
Yep. Sorry about the typo on the name. That was I had fixed it already, but I forgot to press update a long time ago, so that should be good now. And oh man, that's a tough one. So maybe you can play short side in the 2 ball now and play the 2 ball into the top right, I suppose. I guess I'm just seeing that shot now. As long as the 5 ball passes the 8 ball.
Right.
Still going to have to make a pretty good run out. And that's kind of what he's looking at right there is the 2 ball into the top right. Looking at the 5 ball. He's going to have to play a pretty good positional shot. Just wants to get past the 8 ball. If he's going on the 5 ball, he wants to get just past that 8 ball so he can play the 6 into the top middle, run the cue ball to the left so that he can end up getting onto the 1 ball.
Mm-hmm.
You don't want to get you don't want to end up having to play short side on the 1.
No, not if you can get away with it, because I can't tell if the 8 ball is it fits into that side or if it's too tight.
Yeah, it's a little tricky to tell. It looks like it should, but it doesn't look like it's a shot that you want to have to take on unless it's pretty easy.
Well, he's going
Yeah,
to do what you said. He's going to lock him down on the 8 ball.
yeah. Try to freeze underneath the 5 ball. Just don't overdraw it and end up coming below the 5.
Yeah. Well, when I've worked with Cash, we've worked together for a couple of years now. I talked to him about decision making, and I always tell him the decisions, they change all the time, but the one common denominator with decisions is to make the decision that gives you the best chance to win the game.
Yeah.
And this is probably what he's thinking here.
So you've worked with Cash quite a bit. Why don't you tell us a little bit about him?
Oh, well, great kid. I'll tell you, we started
Oh,
with
the
him.
9 ball's got to go. It didn't go.
Got to make that ball. Sam's got a duck here, doesn't he? So yeah, I worked with Cash. He came to me. His dad came to me when he was 15 years old, and he had just gotten into the game, and someone had referred him to get into a league, and he was sitting in. Everyone knows Abby, my wife, and she manages Zoosters in Broomfield, and we were there with the. We were there that night, and he had Cash there playing in a league, and walked in and said, "Hey, someone told me that you might be interested in giving some lessons." And I just kind of, I was like, oh boy, I've heard this before, and he says, no, my son's really, really interested in learning the game and everything else. And I said, okay, bring him on over. And this is, I want to say, like on a Thursday night. I swear to you, I spent a half an hour trying to talk him out of playing the game. And, I just said, you don't want to do this, choose a different career path, so on and so forth. And, went on for half an hour, and he was still just, googly eyed, like, no, I want to learn. And I said, okay, if you really want to do this, I want you to, come here on Tuesday, be here at 4:00, and and we'll see what happens. He was there on Tuesday at 2:30, sitting in the parking lot waiting, and never, and he's never looked back. We started over with everything, his mechanics, all the way down to his back foot, and that was when he was 15 years old. And a lot of kids have a bigger, a lot bigger head start. They've been playing since they were 8 or 9 or 7. And he got, will be considered a late start for juniors, but he's come a long way and he's doing great. And I'm really, really excited about what he can do. And if he keeps it up, he loves the game and always wants to get better.
Gotcha. So Sam takes down the first rack. This is alternate the breaks, I have to assume, since Cash is racking the balls.
Right. That's what we discussed is, let's go ahead and, you know, this is an exhibition of sorts. And if, especially for the rotation sets, we thought, why would we want, if someone puts 4 or 5 on, no one gets a chance to see the other player shoot. And both of these players are capable of that, by the way, to put packages together. And you might not think it at 17 and 14, but they can sure do it. And so we decided alternate break.
Ooh, cue ball was about to stop and got kicked. And I think this is going to turn into a dry break. And a pretty nice looking spread. There's a little bit of congestion here on the side rail.
It's the worst feeling in the world when you've been working on your break and you get good, you have really good timing, really good mechanics and speed. You put a break together like that, and then your opponent comes up and runs them out.
Well, that's the exact reason why you spent a bunch of time trying to talk him out of this game, right? It's just
Yeah, don't make it yourself.
it's just torture, man. It's just torture.
I will say Cash has been working on his break quite a bit.
Great shot.
Actually,
Oh, tied up the 2 ball though. He overhit that one a little.
no, he's been working on his break quite a bit, and his fundamentals have been good, and his timing has been really good with it as of late. And I was watching Sam break earlier, and he's got different mechanics on his break than Cash, but he's got a really, really good break. And for such a young player, both of them Sam's only 14. For such a young player to have such good fundamentals, it's really to me it's exciting.
Yeah, Sam is going to be a monster player in the years to come. He's been playing a lot regionally. I think he's just a little bit south of where I live right now, and he's been winning a lot of tournaments around the Iowa area.
Uh-huh.
Oh, does
Yeah, that's what I
oh
did.
now he tied up his 3 ball now too a little.
Yeah, I met Sam about 3 hours ago, 4 hours ago. Time. I've spent some time with his mom, Tracy, and him on Zoom calls, and we chatted a little bit. But the first time we met in person, he's a great kid. I knew it before I met him, just by knowing who he was. And I got here Monday night, and I've been in this pool room, and Cash is here trying to get used to the humidity differences and the tables and all that. And every single person that came in, would come in and talk to me. Oh, so Cash is playing Sam, huh? And every single one of them, oh, you're gonna love Sam. Oh, you're gonna love Sam. He's such a great kid. I mean, he's got a huge fan base in this pool hall.
Yeah, he has a pretty huge fan base in the chat room now right now too.
Yeah, good for him. Yeah, Cash knew when he walked into this room that he was going to be persona non grata for 3 sets.
Really in a tricky spot here. You could take on
I'm
this
not sure.
3 ball cut. Uh, I don't like him taking it on though. I like him going full defense here. If you thick hit the 3 ball and miss it, you're opening up the pocket for that 10 ball, and the stripes are runnable from here if you do sell out. If you keep that 3 ball where it's at, it's gonna be you're really gonna have to be working to try to get out of that rack. So I like just kind of going full defense here and maybe trying to develop the 5 ball, move it into a little better spot. He's trying to get underneath the 5 ball, and he might have got there too.
What did you
That's
do there? That was pretty good.
it's pretty close. I think he sold out the 9 ball though.
Oh,
So that's
yeah, it's hard to
that's
see.
yeah. I think he sold out the 9 ball. So that's why that three ball being there, I know that it's not in a great spot for you, but it's in even a worse spot for cash. I like keeping that where it's at. It kind of defends the game.
Mm-hmm.
Give a couple shout outs to the Queue It Up regulars. Shout out to Lil Chris and Mark White, Ro Reyes. Thank you guys for tuning in. As always, we'll give a shout out.
Mark White's on there, huh?
Yep.
Right.
Mark needs some bedtime watching before he goes to sleep. It's getting pretty late over there in England.
Mark has become one of my good friends that I've never met.
Mark has developed that kind of relationship with a lot of people at this point.
I believe you.
We're going to get to meet him for realsies though in December.
Nice.
Oh, we got Seth White here too. Seth White is a podcast regular.
I'd like to see Cash, just for his confidence level, be able to work this rack out and get out from here, because he sold that first rack out to Sam, and didn't even really make him have to work much. And it'd be nice to see him get to level it with a good out.
What do you like here? Do you like just kind of trying to draw this back maybe 3 inches and play the 11 into the opposite side, or the opposite corner?
That's what it looks like he's doing, and I think that's the right shot.
It's a finicky shot. You want to make sure that you don't underdraw. I don't like that. I don't like that because it pushes the 11 ball and the 2 ball together, so the 2 ball's always going to be in the way. And if you're going to do it, go into it with some good power. Now he's gonna have to. I think he's got to take on the combination from here.
Yeah, I think the shot prior should have been just suck it back a few inches and just take that ball to the corner.
The combination isn't bad though. I like him to make it. Yeah, he did. That's a great shot.
Really good.
Makes things a little trickier than it needs to be. He's going to have to take on a pretty long 15 ball from here as well. So he didn't recover after that shot. He's still going to have to play a really, really good shot to get back in line.
Mm-hmm.
You can either soft roll this in and send the cue ball in between the 10 and the 3. The only issue with that is if you're going to play the 15 ball then, you're going to have to draw over kind of through the line where the cue ball is right now and back towards the 10 ball. Or you could take a little bit harder shot on this time and try to get a little straighter on the 15 by going to the end rail and coming back up. The issue with that is you might end up getting hooked on that 3 ball.
Yeah, that 3 ball's in the worst place for that shot.
He elected to go down table and he's going to scratch. Yeah, that's he decelerated through his stroke a little bit and lost his draw stroke on that. He was trying to come just, I assume he was trying to go just north of that 3 ball.
Yeah, I think he was trying really, really hard not to touch it.
Yeah.
And that's one of those scenarios with that lane going straight to that corner. That's one of those scenarios where bumping the 3 isn't the worst thing. It's not ideal, but it's not the worst thing. The worst thing happened.
Yeah.
But that's, like right in the very beginning, I don't know if this is before I got cut off or not, but neither of these two, kids, they really are kids, they've never played in the limelight like this. They don't know. For all they know, there could be thousands of people watching this stream over the course of the next few days. They're nervous. And, I applaud them for playing and they'll shake those jitters and they'll get in stroke and they'll get comfortable.
Yep.
Sam looks pretty comfortable right now.
Yeah, I mean, Sam may not have played it, and I don't know Cash, so I'm gonna have to kind of rely on you for him. But I know that Sam Sam has been there, done that already. He's only 13 years old, but I'm telling you what, this kid has played in some really, really important matches. I mean, he won a state title in Iowa, I'm pretty sure, this year. I want it, somebody can chime in and tell me if I'm an idiot, but I'm pretty sure he won the ACS Double A division in Iowa. And, that's the Double A division is not a slouch division. That's a real division with great, great pool players in it. So you don't do that by not being ready for the moments.
Right. We talked about him. I caught it on the Matt Apple stream. It was a couple months back
Tyler, right? Yeah.
Where he drew Tyler, and I think he was able to pull 5 games out before Tyler ran away. Kind of created some distance. I won't say ran. I shouldn't say ran away. He had a tough match, and he had a hard time getting through Sam because they kept it real close up until I think it was around 5 games, and then Tyler got some distance.
Yeah, I like this shot. That's pretty good. You
Nice.
don't need to get close. You just need to get up table. Instead of jacking up and trying to create a better angle to get onto the 8 ball with, he just settled for a little bit more distance. I like that. Yeah, so I was right there. He won the ACS and the ISPA, which I have to assume is the Iowa State Pool Players Association.
Uh-huh.
So
I'm not sure. I'll take a word for it, but
yeah, I just made it up. Yeah, so I have no idea what I'm talking about. But if you say something with enough confidence, right there, he won.
That's true.
If you say it with enough confidence, anyone will believe it. I've learned that.
Yeah.
So 2-0 in favor of Sam. The first set is going to be 8 ball. The second set is going to be 9 ball, and the third set is going to be 10 ball. Am I correct in saying that?
That is right.
Easy game.
You said, yep, race to 7 here. Then 9 ball they're going to race to 10, and then 10 ball they're going to race to 8.
Perfect.
See, watch this kid's break. I don't know if you saw it the first time. Pretty good.
So it looks like he's got 1 ball down. Stripes appear to be the much better option in this case. Only because it looks like the 2 ball's kind of in an island by itself. Maybe it's not. Maybe it does go to the side pocket and in between the 12 and the 14. Yeah, it must. If he's taking solids this quickly, I think it has to.
Look at the confidence in that very first shot.
Yeah, just down and firing, no big deal.
Yeah.
So I got to give a shout out really quick. Thank you very much, Mark Fisher. I appreciate that. The 50 stars. And we have a question from Joey Ryan. Who are the commentators? You know who we are, Joey. What are you talking about? The commentators are Neight Mindham, myself, the runner of Cue It Up Network. And we have... This is where you tell who you are.
Oh, I thought you were doing it for me.
Oh, Chad Sholders. All right, fine. I'll do it for you.
There you go. I'm not a commentator. I'm just a guy that's filling in because we had a couple of our guys that weren't able to pull it off.
Yeah, the commentator I had lined up had a tree limb fall down on his wires at his house, and he lost his internet. So that happened about, I don't know, this morning. Ooh, this is getting a lot more difficult than it needs to be now. So now he's looking at short side. I don't think he'll end up short side on this. I like just rolling the ball in and getting way over to the other side of the table. Oh, it's almost straight in. Okay. Little deceptive with the camera angles.
Yeah, it is funny. Like the even some of the best camera work you see in pool, it still is hard to see if a ball passes. It's still hard to see, what kind of angle, if they're dead straight. The camera plays tricks on you when you're looking at that.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. And this is going to be I don't want to. Well, I'm not a commentary curse guy. This is going to look like our first break and run. And he's almost straight into the corner, so looking pretty good from here. Nicely done. All right, so that brings it to 3-0 in favor of Sam.
Yeah. Well, he shook his nerves quick.
Yeah, he's had some pretty good opportunities, but he's taken advantage of them as well. I think the big mistake made so far in the set was the safety that Cash played, not pocketing the 9-ball in the, was it the first rack or the second rack?
Was the first one.
Yeah, the first rack. I mean, that's kind of where everything spawned from. If Cash is able to pocket that 9-ball, his cue ball was really good. So.
Yep. Yeah, like the one thing about like Sam is, yeah, he's feels like he's had the table layout for him a little better than Cash so far.
Yep.
But you're right, he's taking advantage of. The other thing that I see though is I see a confident stroke out of him, regardless of how easy a shot is. If you have nerves or if you're just settling in, those shots can be very difficult to finish the stroke and finish
certainly.
it with be assertive in your shot. When Cash gets to that level, he hasn't had the layouts that he's looking for yet. When he gets to that point where he gets one move, I'm hoping to see that he does the exact same thing and falls into a really comfortable stroke and and finishes that shot like that one where he scratched, he decelerated a little bit. I want to see him come back to that confident stroke, and then and he'll be in the same place as Sam, and we're off to the races.
Yep. So if you guys are tuning in, oh, that's straight into the side pocket. Yep, that one had no doubt. That one shot straight, and what a break it was too.
Yeah, made about 100 balls.
Yeah, and I don't think there was a ball within 5 inches of another one.
They are playing from the kitchen though.
Yeah. Oh, they're playing from the kitchen. Well, that makes a huge difference because, well, you have to take stripes out of this because the 4 and the 7 don't pass the 15. It looks like, so you're forced into stripes whether you like them or not. And that 15 ball is not exactly easy to get onto. That 2 ball is covering up quite a bit of that pocket, or that window. With where the 9 ball is, you should have a really good opportunity to get onto it. But then you're kind of leaving behind that 13 ball, which is right by the 8 ball as well. But as I was saying, if you guys are tuning in, please give the stream a share if you would. Let's give these 2 young players a great platform to build a brand from. This is the future of the U.S. pool right here. I like this. That was good speed. Got onto the 15 ball. This is the only problem ball he has left on the table. I'd like to see him take a stab at getting onto the 13 ball with this next shot. Unless it goes between the 8 and the 6 ball pretty easily. The second view shows that, yeah, it goes between that 8 and 6 pretty easily. Really not. Ooh, he overran that one just a little bit, it looks like. I don't like going from that 13 or that 15 on that side rail to the 13. That's pretty tough. But it's also a little bit tough going from that ball to the 8 ball, so you have to play one really good positional shot so he doesn't have to have a really tough 8 ball. That's a great shot.
Really good stroke there.
So just draw this one back out to the center of the table, off the left cushion. Yeah, that's really good. Sam showed up to play. Sam's ready to go.
Yep. He's playing good. He's taking advantage of every opportunity. And he's hitting them with confidence right now. Cash needs to slow him down. I might, if I were playing in this situation, found myself in a 4-0 ditch. If I got an opportunity in this rack, even if it was necessary, even if it's runnable, maybe with some difficulty, I might opt to try and lock him down and try and get a ball in hand or two just to slow him down.
Yeah, try to play a moving game.
Yeah, to get him kicking a little bit, get him, take him out of this like running out, situation
Absolutely,
here
yeah.
where he's just throwing balls, make him kick a few times, you know. Sometimes it happens that way though in pool. Race to 7 is it's a medium-sized race for 8 ball, you know, for the most part. And and sometimes you just find yourself in these places where nothing feels right, nothing's going right.
Oh,
You
is
just
that a
gotta, what a break.
scratch as well? No, the cue ball's over on the side rail.
Yeah, but, I mean, something you gotta scratch and claw and find a way.
Yeah. Yeah, the best grinders will. Man, these solids are pretty nice if you can get back onto that two ball.
So Sam's job now is, his job right now is just keep his foot on the gas,
Yeah.
you know, and Cash has got to figure out a way to just slow him down a little bit.
Yeah, so the big issue I see here with this rack, I guess, is you can get the four ball's not in a bad spot, but you got to use it with your first shot, it looks like. And you really want to try to get back onto that two ball. You do not want to leave that two ball behind because you do not want to be playing it from, let's say, the eight ball, because then you got to get your cue ball out of there again. So I like trying to get onto that two ball immediately, and that's kind of what he was looking at. He was seeing if he was going to hit the window. You saw him slow down. This is a really good pattern. And now he's looking at where he needs to get onto that seven ball. I'm really impressed by the way Sam is playing his patterns, played his patterns so far.
Mm-hmm.
Especially with eight ball patterns, you want to play them as simple as you can. That avoids as much risk as possible. And you see that his cue ball has not moved much so far. It's moved exactly as much as it's needed to stay in line.
Yep.
Big thing here is getting onto that six ball after this three. You don't want to have too much angle, but you want to have enough that he can kind of draw back off this rail in line with the six ball, so you have pretty close to a straight in six. That looks absolutely perfect. Yeah, this is really good. So you can just kind of stun the cue ball over to the left a little bit, or you can draw it for the eight ball into the side pocket. He elected to draw it over, drew it a little bit.
It's not going to be a problem for him.
No, but he's coming over and looking at the angle, making
Smart.
sure he has it right, not taking any shots for granted. Heart of the pocket, no problem. And that's for all intents and purposes a three pack. Cash broke and scratched into the bottom middle pocket, and he broke and ran his last two racks. So
Yeah, he bookended the scratch with two. Cash hasn't shot in 3 games.
So here's a fun little game. Over under on 5 years. When we see Sam for the first time in the Mosconi Cup, you taking the over or the under?
Well, I'll have to take the over because I'd put him at only 19, and I see some players that are in the running for this cup team in their 20s right now that might still be on the team in their 30s. So, that I feel like he's got a chance, and I feel like Cash, if he keeps it up, he's got a chance. Some of the players that are out there right now for the U.S., if they keep going the way they're going, they're going to be forces.
I'm telling you what, watching Sam play the game right now, I could see him making it at 18.
Yeah,
absolutely. And the work ethic that I've heard, that I've never met Sam. I don't know if I've ever even talked to Sam. Oh, that almost scratched right into the side pocket again. So he's getting really loose with this cue ball. He's gonna have to tighten that up. But everything I've heard about the kid's work ethic is, it's impeccable. Of course, at the end of the day, I mean, the hardest part For me, I'm not. I'm not. Well, I guess. Oh man, I'm getting old, ain't I? Dang. Oh, seems like just yesterday I was a junior player too. And ages 16 to 18 is like that's when I played the most amount of pool that I've ever played. But once I got out of high school and there were so many other options in college, I found it a lot harder to continue playing the game and practicing regularly. So we'll see what happens, through his high school years.
Yeah, and I think the other thing is you have to take a look at your family life and what's important, what you're most responsible for, and Cash made school first until he was done with school, and Sam's priority is getting through school, and if he can keep pool is at the forefront, more power to him. But having the support of their families is really really big. I know Tracy and Nate definitely support Sam in his quest to be a great player, and Steve, Cash's dad. It's kind of funny. He knows exactly what it's like to be in a subculture sport where money is tough, except at the very very top. He was a bull rider for a lot of years, and so he knows the struggles that Cash is going to be faced with as he tries to climb the mountain.
Yeah, I'm not sure what he's shooting at here. It doesn't look like he's. If you're going to be taking stripes, I mean, you're almost forced into taking that 14 ball. That's going to be so brutal to get back onto if you don't take it first. I think he's looking at going up table with the 11 ball. I don't know if I like this. Let's take a look at. Yeah, it looks like there's plenty of room in between the cue ball and the 14 for you to be able to play it.
Mm-hmm.
If you're deciding on stripes, he might be able to actually take that 7 ball and send a cue ball up towards that. It looks like maybe the 1 ball and whatever stripe is up there. Can't really tell. Maybe it's the 15 ball. You might be able to throw a cue ball at that and see if you can't break out the solids. The solids don't look bad if you can get that 1 ball opened up. Even if you can't get it opened up, you got the 2 ball and the 6 ball, and even the 4 ball's in a pretty good spot to potentially cannon into them.
Yeah, I don't mind solids here.
Oh no, he scratched.
Not again.
Yeah, and I wasn't really paying attention. I know I think he was jacked up a little bit when he was with his practice strokes. Did he elevate a little bit there?
Yeah, a little bit. I think he was trying to hit the side rail, and it just came back on him. The one thing about that they are playing was that they're playing with that red circle, and if you're not used to that ball, that thing can get a little bit wiry on you.
It's a
And
little
that
bit
thing,
lighter, yeah.
yeah, it might have done that to him, or just sucked back a little bit, because he's probably trying to hit the second diamond
So
on the side.
forgive my ignorance here. This is still an open table, right? They're not playing make it or take what you make.
No, yeah, it should be
Okay.
open
So then,
with ball in hand. Yeah,
so
with
then
ball
that
in hand,
yeah. So then that 115 combination is probably the correct shot here.
I would think so.
Take that solid into a stripe. I think that's what he's asking. Making sure on rules.
Yeah, so,
So now if you're going to take stripes here, the biggest thing is to get onto that 9 ball and 13 ball ASAP. Because that's going to be the one thing that stops the run out is not getting onto those balls, and you got onto the 9 ball immediately, so shouldn't be an issue. I like moving the 12 ball after this because it gives one more pocket available for that 13 ball, and then you could play the 9, 12, and then you could just play the 14, 11 up into the bottom right as we're looking at it. Stop shot onto the 13. If that was if you're able to follow along with that. But that basically makes the rack to where you don't really have to move the cue ball much. And maybe he's actually going to take the 13 ball right now. I like
if
that
he
shot.
can run it up table, if he runs that up table, if it fits, that's the shot.
Yeah, well, even if it is, I think the run out is so easy if you take the 12 first. Because the 14 leads so naturally to the 11 into the bottom right. And then that's just a stop shot for for a straight in 13, which it's another stop shot for a straight in 8 ball.
Sometimes I run into trouble there where if you need to be straight on a ball, sometimes it's tough to get straight. If he gets on the wrong side of that 11, he could be in trouble. It doesn't look like he did though.
Yeah, well, even if he gets on the wrong side of it, I think the 13 ball would play into the bottom left, where he just played the 14 ball to. Ooh. Yeah, it's pretty good. I think he can either jack up and shoot the 8 ball into the same pocket. He can stun it over. Yeah, I think he's going to draw it back and play it into the same pocket. What a performance we are seeing out of Sam right now. This is incredible.
Yeah, we got Sam playing lights out, and we got Cash with a big old challenge. He's got to get his rock under control.
Sam has not missed a ball since rack number 1.
Sounds right.
It's incredible. Really, really incredible. We'll give a huge shout out to Nate Kennis. Thank you very much for these stars. Appreciate that. I think it's actually like Star Week or something like that in Facebook.
Oh,
I feel like that's a thing. Like it's like star appreciation. I don't really know. I've never received this many stars for anything, so I feel like it has to be something special.
see if he can keep it up. You know, if he puts a good break on this, that could be the end of the set.
I almost think he's the favorite. He's broken ran the last 2. Oh, the cue ball just goes off the jaw. And look at how it ends up. Wow, it's actually pretty poor for... you know, you can definitely tell that Sam's not even trying anymore. He only made 7 balls that time on the break.
Things are going his way, man. I'll tell you what, I've played this game long enough to know when they don't go your way, it is rough. You got to take it. When it goes your way, you take it. And you take it with a smile.
Yeah. So he makes 4 balls on the break, and it's actually, I think it's a little bit hard to tell what those 2 balls are. I know the first one's a 9 ball. If that other ball's a stripe, I like getting onto this 1 ball right here, and then and he did, and then the solids are wide open. Yeah, I think that's the 13 and the 9 ball that are over there.
I can't see it. My eyes are too bad.
Yeah, unfortunately, we ran into some serious problems with the internet here at Racks on the Rocks, so made it a little bit tricky to get the camera set up. So instead of delaying the show big time for you guys, we did a little bit of settling as far as just getting the show underway, giving you guys this epic matchup.
Yeah, the owner was great. He went ahead and kicked everybody off the Wi-Fi and just gave us the passwords for this match.
Yeah.
So we get a little extra bandwidth.
And in case, and here's a great endorsement for Racks on the Rocks, because here in just a second we'll show you how many people are actually in this place.
If he gets out here, Nate, I'm going to go ahead and mute myself for a few minutes to get the second set ready to go, okay?
No problem. As you can see there are a lot of people in this pool room. So the pool owner went around and said, "Get off my Wi-Fi," and changed the password and set it up for just us. What a bank. What a bank. Oh. I'll tell you what. Sam is showing up to shoot. Oh, and then he dogged the 8 ball. Oh no, Sam, you took the...
Well,
oh.
that might be the spark that Cash needed.
Well, no, you want to talk about like... So I said earlier, right? I'm like, he kind of went over to the side and eyed up the 8 ball to make sure his line was right, and he didn't do that this time. He just got down and fired the 8 ball, and it just goes to show that this game doesn't care who you are. This game doesn't care how well you're playing. if you don't respect the game will fight back.
Yes, it will. Yes, it will. We had a couple of those moments at the World Pool Championships. You
Absolutely,
know,
yeah.
where just a tiny little mistake cost somebody an entire set. I think Fedor, that happened to Fedor against Sky. That darn near happened to Roberto against Albin in the early rounds. Um,
You know what I do right now, Chad? I
what's that?
I take a player break and go outside and smoke a pack of cigarettes or something. Just really make them sit on that mistake for a while, you know.
Yeah,
No, of course, just kidding. Of
yeah.
course, having
No,
some fun.
I think what Cash really needs to do is he really needs to bear down and just really make sure he wins this game. I mean, obviously, it's not about the set at this point. It's about getting it back into stroke and playing. You know, I mean, obviously, he has to win the game to keep the set alive, but really, it's more of a confidence thing. You know,
Yeah, and
go.
I mean, at the end of the day, there's two more sets, right? So you got to get ready for it, and that is actually that's a really bad rule for it. I don't want to cut you off, so continue on, but I mean, he got a pretty bad rule there.
Yeah, yeah, it's not going right for him. But if he just takes his time, works it through, makes the right decisions, and just do this game. This is all for himself. This doesn't have anything to do with the score or anything. This is about him. Okay, I got to get back to playing the level that I need to play in order to compete here.
Yeah, and he got doubled up. It doesn't look like he was able to get to that 9 ball. So his options are taking on this bank on the 11, back cutting this 12 ball into the bottom right pocket. I personally like taking on the back cut on the 12. I think it leads to a shot every single time, and if you bank the 11 ball, your cue ball's kind of going right back to where it is. You could end up getting the same roll. The 12
Yeah,
ball,
getting doubled up again.
yeah, your 12 ball. Actually, it looks like to be about a straight back bank. I think he can just hold his cue ball there. But I've always
Is
been
that
more.
eight ball
Go ahead.
right in the jaws?
Sorry.
Is that eight ball just dead in the jaws, or is it on
Yeah,
the end rail?
it's playable from everywhere.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, there's no safety play. It would kick too easy and it would jump too easy. Yeah, and that's kind of what he's eyeing up right now. I personally like cutting this 12 ball. It's just it leads to a shot guaranteed. The 11 ball probably should, but if you cut it a little bit too much, you might end up down by the bottom rail, and then you start running into some issues. I just saw Sam grab his cue as if it's time to start going back to the table.
Yeah, he's chomping.
He is. He's ready to get back and. Yeah, a little bit short.
Yeah, a little short.
And this is another reason why. I mean, this is kind of the reason why I decided to take the 12, or I would have decided to take the 12 ball, even where he's at. I mean, that's a brutal shot on the 12 ball.
Yep. I'm gonna mute.
Yep, go ahead. So these players are not messing around. They're getting right back into it. I'm not sure exactly what they're discussing, but I'm guessing Chad's going to go in there and square it all out. So we are now going to be switching to 9 ball. So the players are now going to be playing a set of 9 ball. Race to 10. So let me get this scoreboard updated there. And we're going to figure out exactly what's going on here. I think Cash is ready to get right back into the ring. And I think Ryno needed to take a small break. Yeah, here's Ryno coming in right now. Here comes Chad. Look at that little swag he's got on the left. This is your commentator right here. The other commentator, I should say. Yep, so they decided they're going to just jump right back into the swing of things. So we're going to be starting our second set, which will be a race to 10 in 9-ball. And Sam put out a pretty, I mean, as far as he's been hitting the balls as good as he has, that's a pretty poor effort on the lag. But I guess when you've played an entire set of race to 7 8-ball, and the only thing that you can point at to say you hit it bad is a lag shot, you know you played pretty well. So I suppose, I got to criticize him a little bit, that Sam, come on, what's going on, man? Just kidding, of course. So, Cash will be looking to show what he can do. He knows what he's doing. He knows how to play the game. He had a tough initial set. He'll be looking to bounce back here. So they're playing the wood rack 9-ball, so that wing ball won't exactly be wired. But depending on which side of the table he's breaking from, he'll be looking to make either the 6-ball or what I believe is the 3-ball. So he'll be looking to make the 3-ball into the bottom left pocket. So we can watch that on the breaks, see where it goes. Generally speaking, it likes to go high when you're not using a template. So we'll see where it ends up. Oh, goes straight into the pocket, so he racked the balls pretty well there. He's got to look at the 1-ball. It's not the greatest shot. I think I like him crossing the 1-ball back up table towards the left, sending the cue ball off of the right end rail, top long rail, and maybe nestling up to the bottom side of the 2-ball. See what this other view looks like. Yeah, that's the shot that I like. You could also just bank it straight through that gap between the 6 and the 8-ball and try to leave your cue ball underneath that 6. He didn't quite get there, I don't think. I think he left a window. And left Sam a very long shot, but he doesn't have to worry about position at all. He just has to worry about pocketing the ball. The 2-ball's in the top right, so it's available from anywhere, basically. So he's elevating just a little bit to stop his cue ball. Oh. He's going to bank the 6-ball. And no justice in this game. So he gets a roll and then gets hooked. And he is full ball hook. So he'll be probably looking to kick and stick. Keep his kick off the right long end rail, and come up into the 1-ball, sending the 1-ball down table and having his cue ball stop right exactly where it is. Or maybe even creep towards the 8-ball a little bit. Oh, he hit it way thin, and he's going to scratch. So I see him, he's speeding up quite a bit from where he was in the first set. The first set, he seemed to be a lot more methodical about his decisions and really taking his time, and now he's kind of firing around the table. So this is really the first opportunity that Cash has had that's good since the very first game of the 8-ball. I mean, he did have the opportunity when Sam hung the last 8-ball, but it was kind of a tough table, and under the circumstances, it's pretty tough to get up when you haven't hit a ball in about 5 racks and have an opportunity at it. So this is really the first time we've seen Cash play. Nicely done there. Roll this 2-ball in, kind of cinch the cue ball, keeping it close to that, somewhat close to that side rail for the 3-ball. You want to have enough angle to be able to get out, though. You don't want to be straight in. It's kind of hard to tell. That must be the 7-ball right under the side pocket. That's got to be it. So he was playing position on the 4-ball. So in that case, he doesn't have anywhere close to enough angle. He would have liked to be another, really at least another foot, but probably closer to a foot and a half. And now the 7-ball really blocks his ability to be able to draw out of this. So I like going, I think you got to go forward with it. Maybe he has enough angle just to punch it in and pop off, but he's going to have to hit this pretty hard. Yeah, he went forward with it. I like that. Hit it really nicely. Great speed. So he's got quite a bit of angle. He's going to have to play short side on the 7-ball from here, I think. Just kind of slide the cue ball either just to the right of the 9-ball or just below or just to the left of the 9-ball and take a little bit longer. But I think he's just going to slide over just to the right of the 9-ball, play short side on the 7, playing the 7 into the top right. You could also, you could really dig into the cue ball and try to draw it above the side pocket, but you got to get into it pretty deep. It's a good shot. I like that. It's a lot safer. You don't have to worry about scratching or over hitting it and getting too far away or getting too much angle. Ooh, don't get perfectly straight in. I think he's pretty straight on this. It shouldn't be a big issue. You can just draw it back to the rail and off and take a, basically a stop shot just above the side pocket. And he elected to go a little bit further and underhit it just a tad, but this shouldn't be an issue. Really giving it its proper respect. Not taking it for granted. I like it. Center of the cup, no issues. So Cash gets his first game on the board after being blanked in the first set, 7-0. He's now up 1-0 in the second set. So here's something that we can do. Seems like Sam has a ton of fanfare out there in the comments, but I haven't really seen too much for Cash yet. I have to assume Cash has plenty of fans in here, so let's do a little poll out there and see who everybody's rooting for. If you're here rooting for Sam, let's see you slam the thumbs up emoji. And if you're rooting for Cash, you're here tuning in and watching him. Let's see you hit the heart emojis. Let's see who everybody's rooting for. All the while, I think we got Chad back. Is that right?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can.
All right.
Glad to have you back.
Yeah, I just had to get in there and make sure they knew which game they were playing and everything else. And it was kind of funny. I gave Cash that look. I was like, maybe you probably ought to figure out how a way to not keep scratching. He kind of chuckled a little bit. And so get this. This is kind of funny. I walked over to Sam before they started. I said, "Hey, kid, you're playing great." And he goes, thanks. He says, you saw that, didn't you? And I said, I saw what? He goes, I said, well, you talk about that 8 ball? He says, yeah, you saw it. And I said, yeah, he says, you saw it on the stream? And I said, yeah, I saw it. And he goes, I got nervous.
I got nervous.
This kid is playing jam up and got nervous on that 8 ball. Like it's it's I don't know, that's to me that's just perfect. Because like it demonstrates the youth.
Yeah, absolutely.
You play at this level, but still they're just kids.
Absolutely. So, couple questions out there. How old are these guys? Well, Cash, who is at the table right now, Elsie Lance. He is, if I'm not mistaken, what a great kick shot that was. Holy buckets. He is 17 years old, and Sam Ryno Henderson is 14? 14 years
14.
old. Yep, 14 years old. So we're here basically giving the next generation a platform to start building a profile with. Electing for the safety. Is he going to find that one gap in between the 4 and 5? He may have. Doesn't look like it, but it's possible.
What I'm loving about this, Nate, is we came about 1,000 miles for this matchup, and so Cash is going to end up with some friends and some fans, here in the Midwest, and Sam is going to end up with he's going to get introduced out there in the West, the people that follow Cash, and so it's really good for both players.
Absolutely. I mean, these two players are. Oh no! He got out of scratching. I thought the cue ball was lake food.
I joined you late. Is this the first game?
This is the second game. Okay. Sam fluked. I want to say he fluked the 1 ball in. Yeah, he fluked the one. No, he fluked the 6 ball in off of hitting the 1 ball. Got hooked on the 1 ball, and then scratched on the very next shot.
And Cash ended up with that first game.
Yep, and then Cash ran out from there.
Okay, well that's really important. Get on the board. What do you say in pool? The hardest games to win are the first one and the last one, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's Sam. The only problem Sam had winning was the last game, so it'll show you how tough that one was.
Yeah.
He came up short on it. He needed to lengthen his cue ball out a little bit more to kind of get into that stack to play his safety. But I like ducking there and playing the safety. Shows a lot of maturity there. Just because you have the shot doesn't mean it's a good one to take on.
Yeah, that's good to see. When younger players aren't just sitting there gunning for it all the time.
And Sam has a pretty good opportunity here. The 4 to the 5 is going to be tough. Maybe he can run into that 9 ball there and have it kind of hold his cue ball right there for the 5 into the bottom middle. And that's kind of what he's looking at right now. The only issue with that is if you don't hit the 9 ball perfectly square, if you hit a little bit off the top side of it, you might end up getting hooked by the 9 ball. And if you end up hitting a little low off of it,
in the corner.
Yeah, I was gonna say if you end up a little bit low off of it, you're gonna end up being a long ways away from your work.
See if Cash can work it out. Oh, Sam made that ball.
Yeah, he still made that ball.
Oh. See, my eyes are bad.
Well, I can't help you there. So now Sam has the opportunity here to either cut this 5 ball into the middle, or he could play a safety, and he missed it. So you could have opted for the safety there if you wanted to, but you actually left Cash a little bit goofy, right? Because if you try to slow roll this in, your cue ball starts to run towards the 7. You might end up getting hooked, but the 7 also blocks the position 3 rails.
Yep.
Yeah, and that's so we try to do something in between there and just go into the 7 ball. I can't tell if he's there or not. He must be because
Yeah, he's right up there ready to shoot. Sure looks like he's got it.
he doesn't look worried. So we'll have to elevate.
Yeah,
He'll have to
I
elevate a
think he's.
little bit into this. Get deeper into the cue ball so we can get his draw the cue ball above the 8 ball. He does not want to run into the 8 ball at all if he doesn't have to.
No. Oh, he did.
He's got a pretty fortunate roll out of that.
Did he double hit that 8 ball? Is that what happened?
Yeah, he double kissed the cue ball and it sent the cue ball exactly on the line it needed to go for a shot.
Yeah. Well, we all get rolls.
He's okay. Yeah, he's okay. You can either draw this back just to the center of the table or you can force it through with a little bit of inside spin and he just went through a straight high. The inside spin on that is to instead of tracking out towards the center of the table like he did, it'll send it straight back down the rail. So instead of being where it's at, it would be over by the side pocket more.
Yeah.
But again, I don't think
There's something to be said.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say there's something to be said in bar table pool. Leave your cue ball in the center, and it's usually not a bad place to be.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to say. Is that I don't think he's going to have a problem with this. I don't like hitting low on the cue ball here. I like just a center ball hit here. There's no scratches anywhere. By actually hitting low on it, you can actually introduce the scratch 2 rails into the top right, just like that. Ooh, okay, you missed it. But a center ball hit there is you just end up tracking on a 4-railer for anybody who plays like banks or banks by the rail. The center ball just gets you on that 4-rail track, but the draw actually pulls you into the 2-rail scratch.
Yep. Cash and I worked on, and this is part of the age thing. It's like knowing when to shoot it in center ball, when to go ahead and bring it through the middle of the table. And Cash and I, one of the very first advanced concepts that we ever worked on was bringing the cue ball, the 45-degree rule off the end rail. And, I said, look, this is something you can really rely on, when you're unsure. And I have a feeling he introduced that right there. He's like, I'm going to bring this right through the middle of the table because I can't scratch. And so he probably played to a 45-degree off that end rail because it's safe for him. One of these days he's gonna, soon he'll evolve into, okay, I have options here, and like he'll say, there's no way to scratch if I play center ball in that time.
Yeah. So Chad, I'm seeing a lot of. I think I just saw another person walk by, and I've seen I think 3 people now in that room that have a Havoc shirt on. This, of course, is a Havoc production. We're running it on the Cue It Up page, but why don't you take a little bit of a You haven't been on you've been on my podcast in the past, but I don't think you've ever been on for like one of my live streams. So why don't you take a couple seconds to talk about Havoc Productions and what you're doing by bringing these matchups for everybody?
Yeah, sure. So, havocbilliards.com is my website, and we do a series of tiered level tournaments where we do tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 tournaments, and you qualify to work your way up, and there's cash along the way, and you can qualify to the higher stages and so on. So if you go to havocbilliards.com, you can see all about it. That's the tournament series that we do. We call it the Blood, Sweat, and Tears. And then but we also do other things. We do exhibitions, which this is. We do challenge matches, which we've done several. I'm lucky enough to sponsor a couple of top professional players, and Roberto Gomez and Danny Olson. So we've done some exhibitions with them. We had Danny do a challenge with Shane McMinn last year, and this year he played Chris Robinson, who is now Chris Reinhold. A race to 110 ball back in February, and we had Sky Woodward play Roberto Gomez a race to 50 exhibition. We had a lot of fun with that. So for me, it's a couple of things. It's about utilizing the fortunate relationships I have with some of the professional talents to grow the game, but also give the amateur players an opportunity to compete. So we try to bridge that with a lot of these types of productions. This is about the junior players for sure. But it's also, of course we want to promote the brand. So I appreciate you bringing it up.
Absolutely. And if anybody wants one of those sweet T-shirts that everybody's walking around, including Cash having on, do you have a store or anything there if they wanted to get themselves some Havoc gear?
They can hit me up on Messenger. We haven't implemented that because we're about to do version 2 of our website, and that's going to be involved in the version 2. But just hit me, shoot me a message, and I can figure it out. Right now, I'm just about sold out of everything. I got to order more, but I'll do my best to accommodate you and get you what I can as soon as I can get it there. But it's a good problem to have, I guess, when you're sold out.
Yeah, that's where I'm trying to get to right now with my Queue It Up gear.
Sold out.
Yeah. So if anybody's a medium or a small and wants lots of Queue It Up gear, I got plenty of it. Unfortunately, it's like the only size I have left is medium and small. Opted for the safe. I like it.
Yeah, he had to. He got a little bit funny there.
And he took away the good thing about this is there's really no kicking lanes either. You can't. I mean, the only way that you're getting a hit going below the 6 ball is if you mass say the heck out of it. The 8 ball covers up a lot of the one rail. You almost got to go with this 3 rails, I think, and the 7 ball is covering up the 3 rail.
I think the 3 rails there behind is that the 6 in the middle or the 8 in the middle?
That's the 8 in the middle.
Yeah, if you can go behind that, I think you can get the 3 rail.
In between the 7 and the 8 ball.
Yep.
Oh,
because if you look at 3 rails, a diamond up table.
I don't.
No,
I think you'd have to put so much right hand spin on it because you're getting right around that first diamond out of the bottom right pocket. I don't think that 3 rail's there at all.
Yeah.
I mean, it might be. I don't get me wrong. I kick like a donkey with no legs.
I see.
I'm really, really bad at kicking, so I don't know. To me, it doesn't look like it's on, though.
Get Billy Thorpe on the phone, ask what he would do.
Exactly. At least he would know.
Yeah. If there were 27 rails on a pool table, he could figure out how to hit 27 of them and make the ball.
If there was no rails on the table, I still wouldn't be able to figure out a kick shot. So he's going to be doing a jump bank, I think. And this is going to turn out pretty dang good. He's going to sell out a shot.
That's pretty good for just to keep the ball on the table is good.
Yeah,
he's starting to play with more confidence now.
Yeah, he's
getting that first win under.
He's finding it.
Yep.
The pace of play has slowed down a lot. So, like we had kind of talked a little bit about in the 8 ball, what Cash could potentially do is just even if he had a dead run out, just slow the game down, play a moving game, kind of take Sam a little bit off of his gear. And from this 9 ball, usually you think of 9 balls a little bit faster paced game than 8 ball, but it's quite a bit slower between these two right now.
Yeah, and I think that's smart of Cash if that's what he's doing. He's got to change the pace because Sam dictated everything for the first set. I mean, to be fair, Cash scratched those 3 times, and Sam played basically perfect until that 8 ball rattle, and so it's Cash's job to stay at the table and keep Sam in his chair for a while.
So he's looking at just a little bit of a draw stroke here, maybe a half a diamond or so. Just like that, pretty good. Came up a little bit short maybe of what he was hoping for, but this is just a roll-in shot, just straight high ball. Roll the 8 ball into the bottom left and should be perfect on the 9. Oh, he missed it. And he was up out of his stance. Did you see how fast he stood up on that?
Yeah. I think he knew he missed it when he shot it, and that's why he jumped up. But he didn't realize is he was still shooting it when he realized he missed it.
Yeah, I think.
If that makes sense.
Yeah, I call that walking the ball into the pocket. Right. You've already made contact with the cue ball. There's nothing that you can do. There's absolutely nothing that you can do to make the shot. So players will kind of step up and kind of walk towards the side that they want the ball to go. Some
Yep.
people call it steering the ball into the pocket. So I like to call it walking in. Watch the side pocket here. He's good.
Good shot. Way to stay under control there, because he came up short on the 8 ball, the shape on the 9 ball, and a lot of players will get really frustrated with themselves for not being perfect, and that's for practice. When you're in the match, you gotta forget it and be like, okay, I gotta make this 9 ball now.
Yep. So Chad, talk to us about what are some of the future projects you have going with Havoc. What do we as the fans get to look forward to?
Well, I'm working on. So if you say this and I can't even talk about it, I've got something that I'm working on that's going to be an interesting team event. That's going to involve some professional players. I'm hoping to be able to announce that I'd say in the next 60 days to 90 days. As I said, we've got the new website that is going to be. I bet we have it fully developed probably by the end of September, which will include a lot more user-friendly stuff, merchandise, data and statistics for players. That'll be really, really handy. So I'm excited about that. And then, in the meantime, I've got some players going to Arizona for the Arizona Open, and I've got three of our guys going there, and which are Roberto Gomez, Danny Olson, and then I've got Tyrell Blowers, the 17-year-old of my other 17-year-old sponsored player. He's going to play in that Open as well.
I
So
think I'm going to
he's
be
going
at
to be
that
an
event.
exciting player to watch coming up.
I think I'm going
What's
to
that?
be at that event.
All right.
I got a pretty busy travel schedule coming up in the next couple months,
Yeah.
and that's on my radar as of right
And then
now.
I think, we've got, and then in October we've got some stuff we're going to be doing out on the East Coast. I don't have all the details for that yet, but it looks like a 6-state, 6-state blitz for all of us to be out there.
It's kind of a little tricky spot here. I like just kind of punching the 1 ball kind of down by the 9 ball and just rolling up on that 8 ball, playing the safety. If the 1 ball doesn't go anyways, I like just running up into that 8 ball. And the reason I like running into the 8 ball is like, this is fine, but you're really susceptible now to a kick and stick. There's so many balls down table.
Right.
All Sam really has to do is just get that cue ball underneath, kick that 1 ball down table towards the 2 and the 3 ball, and Cash is going to be underneath the 9 ball, best case scenario, and worst case scenario, he's frozen to the bottom of the 4 ball. Where
Right.
if you're kind of...
And that's, I think...
Go ahead.
I was just saying, you introduced a really, it actually is an advanced concept in this game, and that is, it's one thing to keep your opponent buried, and not able to see the ball. It's an entirely different conversation to make sure they can't do anything with it. And, that extra few inches of roll would have created a lot better lockup than what he had.
Yeah, and it turns out that he even sold out the edge of the 1 ball too, so he didn't even have to worry about the kick and stick. He could actually just thin the 1 ball into the 4. And now, how do you get a hit here?
Right.
I mean, there's...
Right.
Ugh. I mean, if he can't actually see the edge of this, we're gonna.
I can't tell if you can see it. I think you can see it.
Well, good luck getting safe, because that 4 ball looks like it's gonna stop the cue ball right there for the 1 ball. There are no kicking lanes. So now he's looking at, just tying up the 3 ball. Which I don't hate that shot. In fact, I kind of like it, but I don't like doing it with the 7 ball. I like doing it with the 6 ball. The 6 ball you could bank into the 3 ball, so there's a lot less window for you to underhit it. The 7 ball, if you underhit it, going straight at it like this, you're still going to sell out the rack. And he didn't spend any time on that, so I don't think he's going to shoot that shot. But if you bank the 6 ball into the 3 ball, even if you leave it a little bit short, you might leave the short side of the 3 ball into the bottom left, but you still should have the bottom right pocket covered up. And He hit it really good.
Yeah, hit it great. But I understand the logic in what you said, though. If you play the other ball, you at least block the pocket, and at minimum, you force a combination.
Yeah.
And we all know funny things happen in combinations sometimes. So
Yeah, and even the 3-7. I mean, you could still end up wiring up that combination as well. So the combination is kind of on both sides. It's just a shot that I like more. It's a little bit safer of a safety, right? So are they playing three foul? Because if they are playing three foul, I like attempting that here.
well, it's funny you say that because Sam's preference was to not play three foul. Cash's preference was to play three foul. So the irony is a little difficult to ignore right now.
So they are. They're not. They
They
must.
are playing it.
They are playing
And
it.
so
Okay.
if Sam elects to, yeah, so if Sam elects to three foul here, that could be
He won't be
um,
trying to three foul anymore.
that
I do like three fouling there though. So what do we?
Sam looks a little human in this set.
Yeah, so far he has absolutely
He
been
looked,
human.
yeah, he looked bulletproof in the first set, you know, and now he's I think a lot of it has to do with Cash just slowing him down.
Yeah, so there's two safety options here. You can either play the 2 into the 4 and send the cue ball around the backside of the 3, or sorry, the backside of the 5 ball and send it up table by the 6, and use the 4 ball to stop your 2 ball, creating distance. Or you could play thin off the left side of the 2 ball, keep the 2 ball behind that 4 ball, and send a cue ball on the other side of the 9. I think those are the two safeties that I see and that I like.
It looks to me like he could cut the 2 and play a two-way as well.
You'd have to overcut it. You don't want to undercut that one.
True.
Oh, he made it off 2 balls. I can't imagine he was playing the double carom shot. I think actually he was trying to play the shot that I
don't.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Maybe he was listening to you. It's like, this is how Nate would do it. He'd fluke it in.
Well, got to be able to make a ball somehow. Oh, Oh, did he scratch? No, he didn't. Okay. Off of that top rail, it looked like it was going to be pretty close.
I think he learned that from me. If it looks like it might scratch, you just stand there and stare at it and, try and keep it out of the pocket.
Yeah, mean mug it.
Exactly.
Make it think about the decisions it's about to make.
Right.
We overran position on this 5 ball a little bit, I think. He did, so he's gonna have to really dig into this draw stroke here to draw it in between the side pocket and where he just set the chalk down. He's gonna have to really dig into this cue ball, or he's going forward with it, so he's gonna have to watch out for the 8 ball. Nice shot, good speed. Overran it just a little.
Good stroke.
Just a little bit, but it shouldn't be an issue. He could either draw it down to the bottom rail with a little bit of outside spin, or he could try to run in between the 9 and the 8 ball. Kind of just depends on the angle that you have, I suppose.
Yeah, I was hoping that I'd see him draw that ball. He works on that shot a lot, and I know he's got it in his bag to just pull that thing back about 3.5, 4 feet. Does that 8 fit?
Yeah, it looks like it.
I'll tell you, it's nice to see, a lot of players, even our age, you're a decade or two younger than me, but, mature players and young players, it's so easy to quit when things are just going horribly. And he just got absolutely smoked in the first set. And to see him come back, it shows a level of maturity that a lot of players that have been playing the game for years and years and years don't have.
Yeah, and you could tell that he was ready to get it on right after that matchup. He was there with the first thing
Yeah.
he did was set up the balls and was like, let's lag him. He was ready to get back in the box. So
Yeah, it's like, okay, I just scratched 3 times. Merry Christmas. Now let's get after the next set.
Yeah.
Like, but
I'm gonna step away for just a second, Chad, if you're able to.
I'll do my best with my terrible eyeballs.
Well, it looks like Cash is actually stepping away too. So
Okay.
I'm not sure what he's doing.
Can we take a break? I'll stop those guys for just a minute.
Yeah, we can take a step away for just a second.
Sounds great. I'll be right back. No rush. Yeah, but like my strip club, fine. Yeah, you just have to squirrel your ball. Yeah, don't worry about it. But I'm glad you stepped back. And said, okay, screw this. Going down like that. A lot of players can split and they're getting their ass kicked. Yeah, you can't do that. You're fine. No, you're good. Keep it up. I'm gonna shoot Nate a text message real quick. 10-minute break. I told Sam to get 10. Get something to drink. Yeah, I got it. Okay. You can have one.
All right, Chad, you here? All right, so I'm getting news that they're going to take a 10-minute break. I'm not totally sure if Chad has already told you guys this or not, so maybe. So I guess I can ad-lib a little bit. Anybody out there in the comments, what have you guys thought so far about the match? I know this is the first time I've actually got to watch Cash play, and he's grinding through it right now. Struggled a little bit in the beginning, but you can definitely tell that he's got a game. He is looking strong, so. All right, I think we are back at it. I believe so, anyways. The players just wanted to take a little bit of a break. They had been playing for a little over an hour straight, so they were looking to take a little bit of a rest, get back into it. So I believe we're ready to go. Yep. And here is Cash. He's been making his wing ball, which is his 6 ball. So we'll see if he continues to make that ball into the bottom left corner, and it goes just a little bit high. Makes a ball into the top right pocket though. Has a look at the 1 ball. Doesn't have a great opportunity with it though. I think we're gonna see a safety. So there are a couple of safeties available. You can bank the 1 ball down table and slide the cue ball underneath the 5 ball. Or you could bank the 1 ball into the 5 ball, use the 5 to hold the cue ball, or the 1 ball, and then send the cue ball up table. He elected to try to sneak behind the 5, overhit it just a little bit. And now that same shot is available for Sam. He can bank the 1 ball down on the left side of the side pocket, send the cue ball off of the bottom right part of this rail, and maybe go back towards the 5. But regardless, his 1 ball should be underneath, somewhere hopefully underneath the 9 ball. So he could use the 3, 8, and he overhit it, and he's going to scratch. Oh, he's not going to, and he's going to get us. I think he got the snooker out of it too. He did. Bit of fortune there. He was going all out to pocket that 1 ball into the side pocket. So I think the kick is available. He's going to need a little bit of inside spin, I think, just a tiny little bit. And he got a hit, and I don't think he got a rail. I don't think he got a rail. If he did get a rail, he just barely got it. The video froze for just kind of a second, so we didn't see if it actually bounced off the bottom rail or not. He must have got a rail, but it did not look like he did. So, if he can't, I do not like playing short side in this 1 ball here. I like jacking up and drawing it off this the rail his hand is on. I think he's going to look for a safety here. I can't imagine he is going to be taking. Yeah, he elected for the safety. He's going to get underneath the 5. What a shot! What a shot that was! Incredible. And you can see there, Cash giving the complimentary tapping of the table, telling Sam, "Good shot." And he's really got Cash in jail here. I don't really see. Maybe he can go just below the 6 ball, or just to the left of the 6 ball with a ton of spin, and try to go just above the 9 ball to get a hit. Either that, or he's going to have to Z bank it, and that's what he elected to do and got the hit. And yeah, sold out. Unfortunately, sold out. So 2 rail positioning for around this 9 ball for Sam. Get his cue ball kind of over into the, kind of right in between the 9 and the 6 would be ideal for him. That's a sound I know. That sounds like rustling. That must be Mr. Chad.
Yes, sir. I'm back.
And missed you we did.
I had to go find a phone charger.
You're just all sorts of all over the place today, aren't you?
No, yeah, no one likes listening to me anyway. They like you. I had to go and get, make sure the kids got a break and got some water, and took a minute, and I think they're good now, and ready to play.
Here we go. Here's gonna be a shot worth looking at. He's gonna have to like cinch draw this. Either that, he's gonna have to come across and back a couple times, I think. Oh, he played that such good speed. That's not easy to do.
That was a great shot.
With how close that was to the rail, that was not easy to do. Pretty good. Sam's coming out of break, ready to fire.
Yeah.
I think he's got the angle just to go forward. Yeah, no problem.
I just learned something from his mom.
And that is?
That when Sam, when we've seen Sam, when he gets a shot, he comes jumping up and darting towards the table a little bit. You see him coming in with speed. They call it, his nickname's Ryno, so they call it the Ryno charge.
Well, all right then.
Jumps out of his chair. My shot. Let's go. Yeah. So I thought that was great.
Well, there you have it.
Yeah.
We'll give a shout out to Patrick Neal. Thank you very much. Patrick donated to this stream. Thank you very much, Patrick.
I'm pretty impressed so far, Nate. A couple, kids playing on a live stream where who knows how many thousands of people might see it, and they're playing at a pretty high level here.
I'll tell you what. Watching them play, I think I need some weight. I think we can negotiate.
I knew that before the stream started.
Yeah, I think we can start negotiating. I think I'll start with 3 games from each of them to 9. What do you think? Think I need more?
Yeah, don't let either of them break. Maybe you got to get the breaks too.
No, you want to see scratching into the side pocket? You just give me a couple breaks. I'll show you what that looks like.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's like making free throws for you. Just drop them right in there.
Oh, don't bring up free throws right now. In Milwaukee land, if anybody pays attention to the NBA playoffs, that's a very sore topic for us.
Uh-oh.
Giannis is officially the airball king of free throws.
Uh-oh. I watched 0 basketball games this year.
Well, I watched enough for both of us, so don't worry about it.
What's he got here?
I think he's still got to look at the 3. I don't think he's hooked. Yeah, we got this blurry one, but I think it shows he's got to look at it. The question is, can he slide by that 7 ball to get down for the 4 ball or not? I think he's running right into the... Nope, he's able to get by it. Came a little thin, and so we're going to get to see a super stroke right here, too. Forward 3 rails. In between probably the 7 ball in the side pocket on the right rail as we're looking at it. Right there. There it is.
Hit it pretty good. It's a nice stroke.
Well, if you like hitting balls well, it is. I personally would have thought that was a bad shot for me because it's I don't like hitting the balls that good. It's boring. Oh, this is great.
Well, I like the way he took the approach on this out, from the 1 ball. You think about the 1 ball, he played big table shape on that too. I don't know if you noticed that, but he went ahead and took the medicine on what he was left with. and
We overran this
we
one a
played a
little bit.
long 2-ball.
You know the player's feeling good when they're overhitting shots though, when they're stroking them too well and they're overrunning them because they're stroking them too well.
Yeah.
That's a dangerous spot to be in
Yep.
for players. Uh, as an opponent of that, when they're hitting them that good that they don't even care where the ball ends up, they just want to make sure they get it there. Sam is coming
Yep,
out of this
that's
break,
right.
and he is firing.
Yeah. Playing with a lot of confidence. Good for him.
Yep.
And Cash needs to just keep up what he started in this set.
Yeah, absolutely. So Patrick Neal says, thank you both Havoc and Nate for the stream. So I have really done very, very little for this. This has all been Chad's project and Chad's hard work. So thanks, Chad, for giving up this matchup.
Oh no, I appreciate it, but we can't do it without you guys. I always say, like, Havoc's a fun concept and everything else, but without the support of the people, the viewers, and most importantly, the people that put on the productions, the guys that stream it, the guys that promote it, it's I don't know, I can't, I not without a lot of people on the technology side and the streaming side and the
where's the cue ball?
And you guys are billiard influencers, and it's fun to work with all of you. I've worked with a bunch of you guys that the streaming and the podcasters and stuff. I really enjoy those relationships, and I like partnering with people on stuff. I don't want to just do it all on my own.
Yeah. Well, I mean, at the end of the day, you work with the people who are good for the industry. If you can partner with all, what a safety this is. Sam is really getting through the balls well right now.
Yep.
Give a huge shout as well to Michael McDaniel. Max Billiards could support and share the stream, so shout out to Max Billiards. No idea where that is, but I bet
he's
he'll
in the
tell us.
room. I just met him.
Michael McDaniel.
I just met him. He says, room, and he says, I'm going to go ahead and share this thing for you guys.
Awesome.
I said, that is awesome.
Well, let's give him a little bit of a plug. Max, let us know where Max Billiards is. I have to assume it's in the area if you're in the area, but I've never heard of it. Lincoln, Illinois is where it's at.
All right.
All right, so everybody in the Lincoln, Illinois area, go over there and support that guy. Go and buy 50,000 beers. Couple plates of food.
Oh,
Just don't drink it all at once. Oh man, his cue ball is just on a string right now.
Yep.
Nice little
he
center.
played a perfect safety on.
Yeah. Center ball punch shot. Go to that right. Oh, he was straight enough to hold it. So now he's got to draw this in between the 6 ball and that rail, but high enough that it also sneaks on the left side of the 7 ball to get down for the 5 ball. So we'll really get to see how good he's feeling after this.
That is tight.
Oh, we drew in between them. Oh, wow. Oh, you hit that pretty good. Hit that pretty good.
Sure did.
Even this one's going to be a little tricky. Well, not if you hit the ball that good every time.
Did he treetop himself on that?
No, he's fine.
Oh, no.
You can either just kind of punch us off the rail, play the 7 into the top right, or you can draw it and get to the side pocket. Patrick Neal wants to know, Chad, can the Facebook Messenger handle getting a T-shirt? So I think basically I think he wants to get a T-shirt. So give that explanation one more time.
Yeah, just tell him to hit me up on Facebook. Yeah, just run to the Havoc page and shoot us a message, and I'll get in touch with you and get you handled.
So I just put the link in there for Havoc Productions, Patrick, so you can
There we go. That's
check.
what
Yep, check that one out later on and send a message there. They'll get you all squared away. What are you selling those
Nice.
t-shirts
That's
for
why I
these
have
days?
technology partners.
Yeah.
I've got some long sleeve. I got some long sleeve that are 35, and then I've got the short sleeve, which are 22.
Gotcha.
And I'm all out. I sold out all my hats, so I'm ordering more hats.
I don't think I ever got a hat from you. But I think, in your defense, I think you
No,
asked me if I wanted one, and I said I don't wear hats.
that's exactly the way it went down. I was
Yeah.
about to explain myself.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I wish I could wear hats, but I just can't do it because I got these giant ears. And people always ask me, like, there's people that literally have asked me whether or not my bows are surgically attached to my head because they'll never see a live stream without me wearing my Bose headphones. And the real reason is my ears are so big that if everybody finds out how big they are, they'll just make fun of me, and I'll just be laughed out of the industry.
I've seen them. You're right.
The cool part is I get to listen to Sirius XM radio whenever I want. Just kind of turn a dial on that ear and.
Oh, Cash is getting there. I couldn't tell if the ball went in. I was counting balls. Looks like he's got a wide open table here.
So did is it 4-3 now? Am I
I think it's 4-3 now.
Yeah, I didn't give him that point, so.
I believe you are correct.
So when they went into their little break, Cash was up 4-0. Oh, that's a bad mistake there. I think I like coming around the outside of all of those balls. You don't have to worry about running into anything. And since then, Sam
Not
is
sure what he's going to do.
Yeah, he's going to be. Well, he's completely hooked. So actually, you know what? I'll tell you what. This 2-9 combination, that might be why he was coming below it. That 2-9 must be wired.
Yeah.
I've looked at the side view. I thought that they were. I didn't think that was available, but looking at this side view, I think that might be wired. It is. Yep. Great shot. Little bit lazy on his part by coming up short and having to play the kick shot, but made it work. So we're at 5-3.
He hit it with good speed too.
Yeah. Go ahead.
That's good speed. He must have been very confident that ball was going to go in, because if I'm going to play a shot like that and I'm not sure that the 9 ball is going to go in, I'm going to make sure I don't leave it in the jaws if I miss. And he hit that with pretty, with the pace he hit it at, it must have been just dead wired. Oh, and I did get it straight from the horse's mouth, by the way. Cash did not intentionally attempt the double carom.
Well, that's probably good, because that shot is a little bit silly to attempt, probably.
Yeah, he was trying to hit the he was trying to play that 3-rail cue ball that you were talking about
underneath the 5 ball,
and hit the 4 ball in the face and stop the 2 ball with the 4 ball.
Yeah,
and he hit it way too thin. That's what he was up to.
I'm really digging that bar in the background. Look at all those different colors. Isn't that just like a fantastic looking bar?
Nate, this place is beautiful. They've got 6 9-foot diamonds in the back. They've got 12 7-foot diamonds throughout. There is not a bad table. There's a place to sit for everyone in there. They've got it laid out so well, and I mean, it's super comfortable. I'm really impressed with this room.
So what's left on the agenda for you after this matchup? Where are you going? What a shot!
I'm going to try to get
Chad.
some sleep.
Oh, how good did he hit that ball?
He stiff it. There we go.
The one and the cue ball.
Yeah.
Where's your hit here? He's looking at a Z-bank. I think the 8 ball's. Well, maybe it's not in the way. I guess if you run into the 8 ball, you're never going to hit it anyways. Yeah, and he ran into the 8 ball. So now I'm definitely playing the. I'm not playing a 3 foul necessarily, but I'm definitely playing that second foul.
Yeah.
If you can get the cue ball underneath, or if you can get the cue ball underneath the 1 ball and bank it up table, I like leaving the cue ball on the bottom side of the 2. Just make sure you get the 1 ball clear. You don't want to leave a 1 rail. Oh. I was gonna say you don't want to leave a 1 rail in the same path the 1 ball took, but that's a bad mistake there.
I think we just witnessed the Ryno charge. Did you see how fast he jumped up there?
I did. Uh-oh, where's his cue ball? Uh-oh, where's his... Okay. But he overran it.
That was close. What'd he do?
Did he scratch?
Did he foul? No. I don't think he scratched. I think maybe he double hit the ball and just told Cash that he had fouled. It's pretty classy. I didn't see it.
Yeah. I mean, I'm looking at the replay. I'm trying to find anything on the replay that indicates foul. I think that's what it had to have been. On his follow through, he must have ran into the.
There's no way.
Yeah, because with where the 4 ball is, what the heck's he doing that far down table? Anyways, I thought he was playing position on the 3 ball on the top rail, but that's a 7 ball, so he had to have hit the cue ball twice.
Yeah, well, that's great sportsmanship, and there's no way Cash could have seen it from over there. But the thing is, like, it's mandatory, in my view, in this game to have that level of sportsmanship, and I'm glad to see it when a 14-year-old kid.
Yeah, I mean, as somebody who's promoted this game in the last 4 to 5 years, I really feel like integrity has been lacking, especially with the U.S. players. Not across the board, of course. I mean, there's certainly more than not have plenty of integrity, but there are a few people in the pool world that we all know them, that they kind of give the game a reputation it doesn't necessarily deserve.
Yeah.
And what I've seen in the last few years, I think I see that kind of those people kind of being excluded from the game.
Yeah, I mean, these young players here they have role models that they look up to, and and pool players, if this game's going to grow, it has to grow with integrity.
Oh. Uh-oh. That's a big one back for Sam.
I think that 8 ball got him. I'm pretty sure that 8 ball got him. I don't think he could get a comfortable bridge.
Yeah, I think CJP says it right. Being down a couple racks and still giving up a foul like that, I mean, of course, there's no bet on this. They're just playing for funsies, I think is what we're calling it. But, these are competitors. They still want to win.
Heck yeah, they do.
It wouldn't be the level of players
they
they
all
are
do
if they didn't want to win.
Yep. Well, I'll tell you a story about that. When we had Roberto and Sky playing in Sioux Falls, they were playing that exhibition race to 50, 10 ball. And Roberto couldn't, and that was just an exhibition. And Roberto couldn't figure out his break, and Sky played about perfect and came out to like a 25-12 or 25-13 lead after day 1. Right? And it's just an exhibition. We're sitting in the elevator, and we're all coming down the elevator, getting ready for day 2, right? Roberto's in there, Billy's in there, Sky's in there, and and Sky's just dead silent in the elevator. And I think that's where we're in the elevator, and Sky just looks at Roberto and goes, "I ain't letting you get to 30." Like, it's one of those, like, he just hates to lose, and and the competitors, that's the way the competitors are. They just can't stand losing. And
letting you get to 30.
I ain't letting you get to 30.
Well, I'll tell you what. I just did
You
a
know,
podcast
they
with.
want to.
I just did a podcast with Sky yesterday, and at the end of it, the
Oh,
last
did it?
question.
Nice.
Yeah, the last question I asked him was, "So what's gonna be the score of you and Shane?" And he said 150 to 125 in favor of him. So he thinks he's gonna win by
Uh-huh.
25, and he meant it. You know, Sky is probably the most confident but lovable pool player that we have in the U.S. I mean, everything that he says, it's funny, and everything he says is charming. Like he'll say that to Roberto Gomez, and he'll mean it, absolutely. But he's so charming that like you can't look at it as trash talk. It's just Sky being Sky. It's awesome. He's such a likable character in the
Yeah,
game.
he's a competitor.
He is, but he's so
Yeah, and he
charming.
meant it. He didn't mean it in a demeaning way. Yeah, there was nothing demeaning about it. It's like, hey, man, we're both professionals here, and I want to, I'm going to step on your throat while I can, and we'll hug it out later.
Yeah,
Like he's a straight up beast, man. He's a stone cold killer.
he is. Yeah.
I mean, if I had to pick a line on the Shane Skyler match, I certainly wouldn't say it's 25. I wouldn't be giving up 25 games if I was betting on Sky. That's for sure. Not with Shane on the other end, man. That guy's, I mean, he's just an absolute monster. He is so good
Oh, this
at
isn't gonna.
everything.
Oh, I think he held up for him. I think he can still see the six ball. We have this side camera like having a seizure.
Yeah,
I have no idea what's happening with that camera.
it's good. It's an irregular heartbeat.
Yeah, he.
Oh, smart play.
Well, if he had that safety available to him, he certainly had the cut available. So he elected to play that safety, knowing that he could still
Yeah, I
pocket
think
the
it was
ball.
smart. Yeah.
And the only thing
You
I
hang that six, it's a sellout.
he's jumping at this. I don't like jumping at this. I like kicking at this, and I jump everything, and I would still. You can kick and. I say it's really hard jumping the ball not to sell out the six ball, out of that.
Yeah.
If you
I
kick
think the
it,
key to that jump is you got to jump at half ball. You got to jump it into a half ball hit on the six so you can slide back down table. I don't mind the jump as long as you absolutely know where you're going to put the cue ball.
came up a little bit short on the seven, but it shouldn't be much of an issue. No, he's about perfect. Just a little center ball hit right here, kind of punch it over towards that right rail. Oh, he overran that one a little bit too, so now he might actually have to flick off. He might have to flick off the nine. I'm not sure if he can get by it without touching it. Yeah, he did flick off of it. So that brings us to 5-5 by my count. So we got ourselves a race to 5 for the second set here.
Yep. I'm pretty impressed, by both players for different reasons. And I'm really proud of Cash for not giving up after getting tortured in the first set. And Sam gets down in that second set, comes right back same way, gets himself right back in it. They're both playing with I don't know, they're both playing with a lot of heart and a lot of competitive spirit. I love it. The other thing is I haven't seen too many bad decisions made. I haven't seen somebody make a like take the wrong ball, take the wrong shot in 8-ball or play the wrong ball or the wrong pattern. The mistakes have basically just been unforced errors, missing balls or scratching, those types of things. There haven't really been mental errors. And frankly, I'll be honest with you, I thought I'd see more mental errors in this match, just simply because of their age, than I would, the mechanical or fundamental errors. If that makes sense.
So a little bit of a tester here. It doesn't look like he has a good opportunity. The 2-ball doesn't look like it passes the 9. Okay, that's pretty good. I was going to say, so he's going to have to probably try to play above the 2-ball.
I'm really impressed with the way that he's been able to move that cue ball through tight windows. He's managed that really, really well.
Yeah, he has.
And I can tell he understands it. Yeah, I can tell he understands it really well, because he does it instinctually. He shoots really fast. He takes a quick peek at it, but he knows where that cue ball is headed. He's very aware.
Yeah, that's a nice delayed draw stroke right there. Kind of allowed the cue ball to slide out a little bit further and then start the draw. Unfortunately, he got dead straight in this 4-ball, so
Yeah.
he's going to have to settle for a really long 5-ball. So he's going to want to roll it forward just past the 6-ball, as we can see here, and he's going to have to take a really tough cut on it. It looks like the scratch won't be in play. And he set it down exactly where he wants it to be. You could also really cheat the pocket here and try to get out 2 rails, but that's just not a very good option. You might miss the ball trying to play to the outside. Go ahead.
He got out a couple racks ago by taking a 9-ball, taking a big table shape on a 2-ball, really long shape, and that was definitely the right decision there. He missed the ball there, but I believe that's the right shot.
Yeah, I think you said it right there. It's the right decision. At the end of the day, this game is not always ideal, right? You got to take what comes to you, and sometimes you miss balls. It's a hard game. At the end of the day, when I'm doing teaching sessions or with my students, sometimes if I think that they made the right decision and they missed a ball, my response is always, at the end of the day, this is a hard game.
Yep.
That one right there would be an unforced error, though. That is, he has plenty of room above and below the 8-ball to not run into that.
Right.
And now he's going to have to take on a very tricky 6-ball because of it.
Yeah, and I think what that runs into is, that side pocket looks huge, when you're playing that cut and you're trying to bring it back the other way. And, I can understand why he hit it, but you're right. You got to take that extra second. Look at this shot.
Oh, he's going to get hooked, though. We're going to get to see a jump shot, I think. But this is the jump shot I expected.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, he hit that great. He hit that 6-ball really well.
The only thing you don't want to do here on this jump shot, if you cut it too much, you're going to end up sending your cue ball down to the bottom right side of the table, and you might end up getting stuck down there. So make sure you hit this a full hit. You can basically shoot this straight ahead and hold your cue ball. Oh, and that's what he decided to do, but he missed it. I like the way he played it, though. I like playing.
I don't know how the ball didn't go in.
Yeah, I like playing it to the fat side of the pocket to hold the cue ball.
I think that ball hit the back of the pocket and came out, because it was probably, he landed on the 7. I think it went straight into the back, but it was in the air and it bounced out.
He went off the jaw. Straight into the jaw of the pocket. Pretty good here. So this is going to get Sam out 6-5. So now I kind of want to pry into your answer that you gave me earlier, Chad. You said you have a team event starting up. How many players is going to be in this?
That's still evolving a little bit. I can tell you it's going to be between 4 and 6 per side.
I'll make sure to keep I'll look out at my mailbox for my invite.
Yeah, absolutely. And once we get this solidified, this one's a dream of mine, and if we can figure it out, then I'm going to be pretty thrilled. I don't know. I think Pool World will be pretty thrilled, but there's still a lot to work out, and there I'm still like crossing my fingers on a few of the details, but so I'm not going to say a word. You're not going to get it out of me like some great reporter would, um, but just stay tuned.
Like some great reporter? Are you telling me I'm not a great reporter, Chad?
No, what I'm saying is, the one that never gives up, and then finally you just give it up just so they'll leave you alone. That's not happening this time, no matter how hard you try.
All right. I'll let you dig your way out of that one.
He's got a mess here, didn't he? Someone's got a mess to deal with here.
There's a ball down on the break. So now I think I like a push out. You could actually, I mean, you would never do this, but you could actually thin off this 7 ball and open up the 2 ball and play the cue ball kind of to the bottom rail and just leave a really, really tester of a 1 ball. I mean, it's a stupid shot, but with the way that Sam's pocketing the balls right now, I can't imagine that he'd be afraid of taking that on. But I think
it's hard for me on the camera to see exactly.
I think ultimately the push out to the top left corner is probably the best option. Yeah, that's what he's taking on, it looks like.
When I can see the whole ball, I almost never give it back. This might be one of those where you could almost get away with giving it back.
Well, it doesn't really lead to anything, right? So even if, what's the obvious safety? And I mean, I don't see a safety that's good enough to get ball in hand out of. So then you have to ask yourself, well, what happens if you don't get a safety? Do you want to play? And
Right.
he's giving it back. So I actually do kind of agree with that. It doesn't really lead to anything. There's no great safety that can be played.
Right.
And even if you pocket the ball, right? I mean, what does that lead to? So is the next opportunity you're going to get significantly worse than what this one's going to have? No.
Right. See, I think that was smart to give it back, and there's your reason why right there.
And I still think
I'll tell you, I learned something about push out.
Go ahead.
I learned something about push outs that I thought I knew, but I didn't know. It's one of those things that a lot of people don't spend a whole heck of a lot of time on, right? What do I do when it's time to push? That's not something you really necessarily practice, right? Or how would you practice it? And I was playing Shane Van Boning a couple of sets a couple years back, and there were a couple pushes that he made that were really perplexing to me. And no one in their right mind is going to let Shane Van Boning back to the table if you can see the ball and everything else, right? So I couldn't give him back to him, and at the end, it ended up costing me. At the end, we're sitting down after the set, and I said, "Hey, I want to understand that push, those 2 pushes that you made in that set." And he says, "Oh, that's really simple. I'm a better player than you," which is fact number 1. And he says, "Whenever I'm playing a player that I'm better than, which is all of them, right? He says, I always push to something that's hard. In other words, I try to push to something that's hard for me to do, right?" And what he's doing, he's like, okay, if you give it back to me, I can still execute it, but I know you probably can't.
Yeah.
And he's banking on the fact, what he's doing, he's banking on the fact that I'm terrified to let him back to the table. So he pushes something that's hard for him, which he thinks I can't execute. And he's hoping that I'm afraid to let him back to try it. And if you think about it, that's pretty heady. That's pretty smart.
Well, I mean, safety,
and that can work.
or the push out game is literally, I mean, the idea of a safety, right, is to tease your opponent with something just hard enough that they don't want to take it on, but just easy enough that you're happy to take it on. So if you take it to like a 3D chess kind of thing, that same, that oh my God, that's a great shot. The idea is like, well, I mean, the same shot can be applied to different skill levels, right? And that's kind of what he
Yeah,
was doing to you.
yeah. And it was a really interesting lesson for me to learn, because it's like it isn't necessarily an obvious push game. You don't obviously push to this location. What you do is you go, what can my opponent handle? I'm going to give him something that he thinks he can handle, but he probably can't handle. And if they give it back to me, I'll probably handle it better than they will. So it's crazy. It's like a game of poker, and you're trying to figure out, sometimes you're bluffing.
Yeah,
Sometimes you push to
absolutely.
something that you really, really don't want back, you know? And but that was a really good learning, moment for me, you know, and I'm hoping if there's some young players that are out here listening to this that they take that into account and learn that push
Yep.
game because it
I
comes up a lot.
I think he's playing the 9 ball here. I think he's playing the carom on the 9.
It's not a bad shot.
And he
Good
almost
shot.
drilled it. So now it's a race to the 3 ball,
Oh,
and I think that Sam has a good chance of getting there.
yeah, he hit that two ball too hard. If he could have left that cue ball down or the two ball down table or on the side rail behind, is that the 7 there?
Yeah,
If he could have left it down in there, he
yeah.
might have had it.
I actually like hitting it even harder than that still, and get the 2 ball actually 3 rails back up table. Because
Yeah,
with the softer hit, you can't actually play that cue ball like you're supposed to, but you can add a harder one.
right. All right, Sam's at 7.
7-5 we got.
Yeah, I think Cash breaks even, so it should be Cash's break here.
He did win the leg, so yep.
I do not mind that shot that Cash just took, though. He might have been able to find a way to bury the ball, bury the cue ball, or whatever. But you know, at some point, you got to make the balls and you got to win the game. And he probably looked at that carom and thought that 3 ball made that pocket maybe a little bit big if he hits the end rail first with the 9 ball. Um, I don't mind that shot at all. It didn't work for him, but I'd say more times than not he wins that game.
I'm blanking on the name of this coach. He was the coach for the Philadelphia Eagles when he made this quote, and he said, "Hello, you play to win the game." Herm Edwards, that's what it was, and
Yeah.
that's what I call you play to win the game shot.
Yep.
I don't hate it either.
Yep. Yeah, there's times to duck, and I don't think that was one of those times. It didn't work out for him, but I hope that he doesn't. The next time he runs into that situation, I hope he doesn't think, "Oh, the last time I lost the game." What he should be thinking is, "The last time was the right decision too. I'm going to do it again." That's a
This is a
great
good
break.
break. He's not going to get he's not going to get a great shot, but I think you can take this one. No, I wouldn't take the 1 ball, and I'd be playing safe. I think I'd be cutting the 1 ball.
He's got a wall back there. He could.
Yeah, but I think to actually pocket the ball, I think it's closer to a scratch than it is in between the 8 and the 4. It's got to
Yeah, I
be
don't think you
ultra
want to
thin.
pocket this ball.
No, I think
I
you
don't
just
think you want to.
basically you bank it down to about the first diamond, send the cue ball in between the 4 and the 5, and he actually tried to bank the ball. Did he make it? It looked like it was no. That's that's the problem with taking a 2-way shot there.
Yeah, speed's everything. Yeah, I think he should
That's
have
a
just. I think he should have laid up there. I don't think there could have been a 2-way there.
that's a great question. Patrick Neal asks, so what should your mindset be when you're the weaker player? And I'm not sure. Well, you were kind of giving the story, so what did you learn from it?
Well, here's what I found out is, like my fear when I was playing Shane was it's Shane. He's perfect. He's the best. If he's in his chair, there's nothing he can do. Well, Shane plays that push and baits me. Well, both of those times, I think I should have given it back to him. You got to and just those times, you got to recognize. I think you got to evolve as a player and try to recognize, when they're doing it to you, and that takes, I don't know necessarily when it's happening, but I'm going to be on the lookout for it. If I ever run into Sky or Roberto in a draw in a tournament, or any of these great players, Fedor, and I see a push that looks like, or I can't figure out for the life of me what I'm supposed to do, I'm not a dumb player. If I can't figure it out, then I've got to assume, hey, you know what? I think these guys are doing that to me right now.
Well,
I'm going to let them shoot it.
I think the question is from I think the question is from like you. So you're answering the question as if the safety was played on you, or the push out was played on you. The question, I think, is if you're the one actually deciding to play the push, how do you make your decision that way? Does that make sense?
That's
a
really
great kick shot right
That's
there.
a really good question. That's really good. It's probably, the honest truth is I don't know, because there's nothing that I could do. There's absolutely nothing that I could do better than Shane Bambone.
So here's my default.
Right?
Yes. So here's my default whenever I'm in these situations. There's two things really that you can do as the lesser player in my mind. One is play to your strengths and hopefully your opponent's weaknesses. Of course, that requires you to actually know what your opponent's weaknesses are. But for example, I jump the balls extremely well. I feel comfortable jumping balls. So if I know my opponent is not particularly handy with the jump cues, that's my push out. I'm going to push out to a jump shot every single time pretty much. Now, that only works if you know what your opponent's weaknesses are. So that's like a best case scenario. Worst case scenario is you don't really know your opponent and you just know that they're a better player than you and you really have to worry about it. My default is always a balance between the hardest shot that you could possibly leave them while also guaranteeing that they're going to take it on. Because at the end of the day, if you can get them to take a coin flip shot and they're a better pool player than you are, then you have basically a 50-50 chance of getting back to the table with a good opportunity, or at least an opportunity, right? And when you're playing a better pool player than you, if you can take 50-50 odds, you got to love that, because you're not a 50-50 favorite. So set yourself up to leave them just hard enough of a shot that they're going to really struggle to pot it, but they're going to take it on no matter what. That's what I always suggest to people when I'm teaching push-outs and you're playing like a significantly better player. Make sure that they take the shot, but make sure that the shot is hard enough that they're not happy doing it. If that makes sense.
I think that's pretty good advice. The other thing I would think is, try to play to something that isn't a sellout by any means. Try to play to something where, like, okay, I'm going to play a push to a safe. I'm going to make sure it's a really hard safe. But if they give it back to me, I'm going to make sure that I'm in a position where I feel like I won't sell out the rack, where they really have to work. If they make me shoot and I let them back to the table, come up with something in your brain that makes you, where you can find a level of difficulty that, just makes the rack tough, for them if you have to give it up.
I don't know a Ty, but Robert Blowers asked, how about a matchup between Nate and Ty? I have no idea who Ty is, but I, for the most part, retired. I don't really play much anymore.
Ty's my my other sponsored player. Ty Blowers.
The 17-year-old?
Yes.
The one you were talking about earlier? Gotcha.
Yes. That's Ty.
You said he's what's about a 700 Fargo player?
He's pushing it.
That's strong.
He's pushing. I think last check he was around 675 or 671 or something like that.
Yeah, that's
Plays good. Plays really good.
That's I suppose that's right in my range.
Yep, he's all anyone can handle in that range, for sure.
And he's from Wyoming, you said, right?
So the other thing, yeah, he's from Pavilion, Wyoming.
Yeah.
There's a little town of about, think he said about 500 people. I don't even think there's a gas station in that town.
Well, he's got to be about the best player in Wyoming, man.
He's pretty close. Rodney Morris just moved out of Wyoming.
Yeah, well, I know that,
So
and
he's now in Atlanta.
like, forgive my ignorance if there's like Wyoming is a hotbed of pool players, but I can't name any player from Wyoming that is like significantly better than a 700 Fargo. I mean, there's a couple players right
There's a
around
lot
that
of players
range.
that are close.
Yeah,
You're real close, and yeah, there's a lot of good pool players in Wyoming. A lot of good pool players that push that, that are in that like 650 to 690 range. There's quite a few, believe it or not, for a population as small as it is. What's he doing here?
I think he's looking at the 5-9 combination after this, and he must be dead straight on this
That's fine.
4 ball. But if he's dead straight on the 4 ball, I like just rolling it ahead, and the 5 goes by the 6. Just
I don't know
by
if
the
it's
6.
6.
Yeah, it goes by the 6. Yeah. I think he was just looking at his
Okay,
options
good.
and seeing what the combination looked like. But
This is a really important shot right here. He can't let the 6 ball shark him. A lot of times when that's in your line of sight, even if it's not in the part of the pocket, blocking part of the pocket, you can get sharked by that ball. You got to just pretend it's not there and shoot.
that's really good.
Good shot. It's like he was listening to me.
Yeah, so we can. I think the 8 ball goes into the side pocket, so there's no real work to be done here. It's just a center ball hit. He can creep on the outside of the cue ball if he wants to, but I like just center balling it. And Cash really needs this. He's lost 7 of the last 8 games.
Yep.
He was up 4-0 in this set.
Yep. And here's coming back, so good for him.
He's ready to grind. He ain't looking to give up.
No, he won't quit. It's a good job to get out there. Now he's just got to, he's got to hope that that Sam gives him a chance at this rack. This is probably the most important rack at the set. They're going to 10. It's 7-6. If Sam breaks and runs here, it's trouble. But if Cash can grind this win out and with the break, he can take the lead, right?
Absolutely. Yeah. And he actually has been breaking the balls pretty good thus far. He just hasn't gotten a shot, but he's made, I think, 3 balls once. I think he made 2 balls a couple times. And I think he's made a ball every time except for once, so 7 breaks. I think he's only had 1 dry.
Yeah. I've noticed that Cash has had real good control of the 1 ball on his 9 ball break so far. Sam less so. But did you just scratch? Or did that...
Nope, the cue ball's down by the 8.
Oh, okay.
Or maybe that's the 9 ball. Maybe he did. No, that's got to be the 9 ball because the 9 ball's not on the table. So he did scratch.
So there's his chance. There's Cash's big moment here. What's he going to do with it?
Well, it looks like the 8-9 is not wired, and they're way too close to be able to play the 8 ball cleanly, so he's going to have to develop that at some point in time. And there's really no good options to do so, so he might have to actually just wait until the 7 ball to develop that.
He's going to have to, because where the 2 and the 3 are, you can't do it now.
No,
You can't do it on this shot.
I mean, the only way that the only ball that potentially makes sense to possibly develop it is off of the 5 ball, with where the 6 ball is, but even then, you're not guaranteed a shot out of it on the 6 ball.
I kind of like using the 6 because you have the 7 out in the middle.
Yeah, well, the
You
7 ball
it's
being
hard
out
to
in the
hook
middle,
yourself in.
almost, yeah, it's hard to not have some sort of shot, but it's really, really difficult to have some good shot.
Well, yeah, but at least you can see the whole ball.
Yeah, but
And the 5's on the wrong side of the side pocket drive with the 4. So it's like, yeah, I mean,
yeah,
if you try with the 5 here, as long as that 7's not in the way,
yeah. I like just
I think
holding
that's
off, and
probably the right way to go.
I like just holding off until the 7 ball. If you can get straight in on this 5 ball, you can just stop the cue ball right off of the 6 ball and have a nice back cut on the 7 ball into the side pocket to send the cue ball up into him.
Right.
You're kind of waiting until the last second, but I think it gives you your best chance of not only making the shot, but actually having a controlled breakout on it. You don't have to go
Right.
into it at
True.
40 miles an hour. You can kind of go into it softly and just try to contact the 8 ball.
Sure. And this comes into these types of adages, like take care of trouble early. You hear all these cliches. Well, so, I always tell my guys, I always say, look, do what makes sense. If it makes sense, do it. It didn't make any sense to try and solve that or develop that early.
No.
It wouldn't have done anything for him. It would have helped Sam. So in this particular case, I think you have to develop this late, like you say, and you just gotta take what the table gave you here.
What I always say in 8 ball is break it break as early and as often as needed. In 9 ball, it's I agree. 9 ball and 10 ball, you got to break when it makes sense, not when you have the option. If this was 8 ball, I mean, it's hard to imagine the situation where this is 8 ball, right? Because it's a completely different game. But I would say, of course, you'd have more balls to play positioning on too. So that's kind of the crux of it.
This is tricky. I almost want to see him hit the left side of the 9 and push the 8 towards the corner and bring the cue ball off it. But at the same time, you run the risk of trapping yourself. So,
Yeah.
I'm not sure how he's going to hit this. I can't see it close enough to know what it really looks like down there.
Yeah, you either want to split them and hit them at the same time, or you want to hit off the left side of the 9, and he's going to be okay. Pretty good.
Looks like he got out of it.
Yeah, so you can either load this up with a ton of inside spin and come on the same side of the 9, or you can just roll this in and take a thinner cut on the 9. Oh, he didn't load it up with any inside, so he went up table. It's still not it's not a problem. It's just a preference thing, I guess. Is do you want to be shooting it from this far away, or do you want to be shooting a little bit closer? If you know you're going to make the shot, it doesn't matter where you shoot it from, right?
Right. I think he said to himself, anywhere on that side of the table, I'm fine.
I don't think he likes his bridge. Good enough. So he did exactly what you said to do. Win the break and take it over.
That's a great out right there.
Real good.
That's a really, really great out. He was in line the entire out. He did everything exactly the way that he wanted to. So, he executed that in his mind exactly right, which means he was perfect on that out. You and I might have a difference of opinion on how to get on a certain place on the table, but he put that cue ball right where he wanted to every shot.
Yeah, he was never in a place where you would scratch your head and say, "Why did you play the cue ball there?"
Right.
He's you can definitely see a contrasting style of play between these two. Cash is a little bit more cautious and a little bit more careful, and Sam is a little bit more gung ho and more of a rhythm player. But as you can see, it doesn't matter how you play as long as you run out.
Yeah, he's a hard charger, but I love it, man. Like I like that fire in him, and make no mistake, Cash has tons of fire too. He just plays a very, very structured, methodical game. He works on certain things, and then he takes what he practices and and puts it into the game.
What a break this is!
Yeah, that looks really good. I hope he has. I can't see how close that cue ball is to the edge, but it's awful when you get it when you break and you get a kick and you get your cue ball gets stuck to the rail and all you have is the top of the cue ball to work with. It gets frustrating sometimes when it happens when because he squatted that pretty good,
Yeah.
but
I think he's okay. I think he can just roll
he
this
has a
in.
shot.
Go ahead.
No, he has a shot,
Yeah.
and he has a two ball that's very playable.
Yeah, the two ball goes by the five ball too. So he can either roll it a little bit more and play it into the top middle pocket, or he can hit a little bit softer and try to play it into the corner, or he can go all the way above it. I don't know if he was. I can't imagine he was trying to get that far up table though, because then you start running into issues with that four ball and the middle pocket. Now he's gonna have to draw this back kind of down by the five ball, I think, and play a touchy speed shot.
Yeah, this is tricky.
He wants to be right on that second diamond on that the top left rail.
Good shot.
I don't think it passes the 7 and the 8 ball. I think he's in trouble here. I think he overhit it. No, it must pass it pretty easily because he's looking at where the 5 ball is.
Yeah, he doesn't.
He doesn't look worried.
He doesn't look disappointed. Yeah.
But he's jacked up over the 5 ball, so he's not going to like that.
Yeah. Yeah. Say that's one thing that younger players can learn when they're, when they're trying to perfect their game is learning how to play position to avoid this bridge right here. Yep. That treetop it's deadly, and you got to practice those shots, of course. But man, as much as you practice those shots, you also got to practice not having those shots. Play position to stay away from that possibility if you can. That's too bad for Cash because he was in a position to do exactly what it is that we talked about. Tie it up, take the lead.
Yeah, he was in a great position. I mean, after the break, you'd like to have a little bit better starter, but you're not upset about the starter that you have.
No. Make a ball, have a shot on the one. I'll take that every time.
Absolutely. Oh, he fluked it in, and we're going to get to see the first jump shot by Sam.
Did he just rattle that and it shot over and went over?
No, I don't. He thinned it, so I have to assume that he couldn't make that ball. He was trying to just kind of cross the 4 ball and play a safe on it or something. I think he was trying to thin it and run around 3 rails, but Sam, no, I don't know Sam very well. I don't know Sam hardly at all, but he doesn't look like he's the tallest player, but he can reach this, so he's fine. And this, well, I definitely don't want to say he's sold out because he's got a pretty good opportunity at the 5, but this 5 to the 6 is not the easiest shot. His cue ball, he might end up getting hooked on the 7 and the 8 if he overruns it. And if he underruns the cue ball, he's going to have the 9 ball get in his way for the next shot. And he's going to be maybe jacked up over the 8 ball again. No, I think maybe he's actually has the outside of the pocket. So Chad took a step away. So it's just going to be me in the booth. So he's hindered by the 8 ball just a little bit. So we're going to see coming off this bottom rail, he's going to want to avoid the 9 ball. Oh, he flicked into it before he even got to the middle of the 9 ball. Another little tricky positional shot. He's going to have to roll this ball in and stay on the top side of the 8 ball, either for the bottom left corner or the bottom middle pocket, depending on the angle he has for the 7. Unless he wants to really get into... Oh, he missed the ball. And... wow. Got a little fortunate there. So I think you can thin off the top side of the 7 and send the cue ball down 2 rails underneath the 9 ball and try to use the 9 and the 8 as blockers. Debbie, so as far as the end camera, the internet in this pool hall is very, very spotty, and it's not a matter of focus. It's actually just an iPhone camera. It's not a matter of being out of focus. It's the Wi-Fi is not strong enough to basically give a clear picture, and you can't zoom in on an iPhone camera. So unfortunately, we just have to kind of see it from a long ways away. We were scrambling in the beginning to get this match started, and instead of delaying the match by almost 45 minutes, we decided to just make it work with what we had for now. So we do apologize for that. But as you can see here, he can thin the 7 ball and just come underneath the 9 ball. Oh, he hit it really thick though. Well, I don't hate it. That's a pretty good shot actually. You're making him really have to come with one here. I still like trying to get the snooker on it if you can though, by hitting it a little bit thinner. And that's only because you're giving Cash now the opportunity to come with a hero shot here. So let's, if he moves over a little bit, we'll be able to see the shot from his perspective. I think this is just a safety. I think you just bank the 7 ball straight into the top rail. Yeah. So you just bank the 7 ball basically straight at the rail and come straight back down. And basically what you're trying to do is you're trying to replace the cue ball that you have right now with the 7 ball, but a little bit to the left. And your cue ball is going to go up into the top left pocket. You're creating a bunch of distance, and you're leaving them basically. You might even get lucky and snooker them with the 8 ball, but you're just banking the 7 ball straight back down to the center of this bottom rail. So we elected to do 2 rails instead of the 1. And that brought the scratch into play. So I didn't really like that shot as much. Of course, you got a bad roll by hitting the 9 ball. I mean, you can't plan for that, but... And this is going to come out pretty nicely. So we can see him just roll this ball in if he wants and take a longer 9, or we can see him hit a center ball shot, go straight down to the end rail, the right end rail, and just float down table. That's what he's going to do. And nicely done. So this is going to get Sam within 2 of the win on this set. Brings our score to 8-7. And I'm going to take a step away for just a second while he's racking the balls and getting ready for this next rack. So I will be back in just a moment. All right, so I'm just coming back to this, so I'm not sure what happened. I have to assume that this is off the break since there's 9 balls on the table. So I like a push out here. The 1 doesn't pass the 4, so you can push anywhere into the. I mean, it's okay, but I think he's gonna get this back. He's trying to just sell out the edge of the 1 ball, I think, but I don't think that was necessary. There wasn't. The risk just wasn't really worth it. I like sending the cue ball over kind of where the chalks are right now. You're not selling anything out, and you're making the safety even a little bit more difficult still. So the idea is now he's going to probably try to cross this in between like the 3 and the 7 maybe. But you end up hitting it thick because it's just a hard shot. Where that's a little bit easier of a shot from the other side of the table. And he didn't sell out the rack because there's still a lot of work to be done here, but he certainly sold out an opportunity. So the work here is going to be from getting to this 2 ball right here to the 3. If he's going to try to run out. I like going forward 2 rails in between the 3 and the 9 personally. Pretty good this. Still got a lot of work to do right now though. He's going to have to really dig into this cue ball to get it above the 7 and the 5 ball. Oh, nicely done, but he's still got a lot of work to do. The 7 ball is going to be helping him here. It's going to kind of kill his cue ball and send it towards the 6 ball, but if you hit it too hard, you'll end up below the 6 ball, way down table. Nicely done, nicely controlled. He's really got himself through this rack right here well, and this is going to get him onto the hill. Although I'll tell you what, that was a little lazy of a shot right there because now he's got too much angle. His cue ball is actually going to be running towards the 9 ball. So we're either going to see him put a bunch of inside spin on this, or we're going to see him play short side on the 8 ball. Oh, he was going to be playing short side on the 8 ball. He got very fortunate there to not scratch and end up with a shot. So at this point in time, you got to relax, reset. You got yourself a roll. You don't have to get that roll, but you got it. So don't feel bad about it. Refocus. Go through your pre-shot routine and finish it off. Nicely done. That gets Sam to the hill. 9-7. And Cash was up 4-0 in this set. So Sam has won 9 of the last 12 games. Pretty good break as far as pocketing balls and getting a spread, but didn't control the cue ball there. He followed his cue ball through. side camera's having a seizure again. Not really sure what that is. And I believe he's hooked on the 1, so I like playing a push out here again. And I like creating more distance in this. I don't like this shot. I like actually pushing over to the other side of the 9 ball if possible and only leaving the edge of the 1 ball. Yeah, I was going to say, this is just too easy to give back. There's just nothing really available. I don't think that you could bank on the other side of the 1 or the 8 ball there, and if you bank it right back where your cue ball is and try to get underneath cover onto the bottom right of the table, there's just none there. So if the cue ball's on the right side of the table here, like the bottom left, there's more safeties available when he gives it back to you, if he gives it back to you. And if he doesn't give it back to you, it's a real tough safety for them to execute. Right now, there's just nothing available besides a sellout. I mean, to the point where like the only thing that I really see as far as a shot is just a bank it below the top middle pocket and double them up on the 3 ball, so they have to shoot a combination. You're not getting a hook out of it, but you're at least not selling out an easy pot. You're making them make a combination or play a good safe back. And that's no good. I mean, he's pointing on the table right behind the 4 ball, but you're traveling your cue ball. You know, by the time it gets there, it's traveling nearly, 10 feet, and you're trying to land it within a 3-inch window. I mean, you just can't do that. That's just too tough. Chad, I heard you were kind of rustling there. You back?
I'm trying to be back. I can't see the cameras on my phone right now because I don't have hardly any internet. But I'm sort of back, so I'm completely blind.
Well, here you go. How long you hanging around for in Illinois?
Leaving tomorrow morning.
Well, that's no good. Payne McBride wants winner. That'd be fantastic. Yep. Another very, very good young player coming up through the ranks right now.
Who is this?
Payne McBride.
Okay.
Very, very, very good player.
You said Payne?
Yep, Payne.
Is that the one that was in the JAC that they called Major Payne?
I don't know that. I have no clue.
Okay, if that's the case, then Cash played him in Texas just a couple days ago.
Did he?
Yeah, if it's the same player, Cash ended up dropping at Hill, I think. But, tough match.
Well, if he's still around, he can let us know. And this right here is for the second set of 9 ball. So we're on to 10 ball with the potting of that 9 ball. So are they going to want to take a break, or are they going to want to get scooting? What do you think?
I can go in and find out. Let me run in and find out, and I'll shoot you. I'll get back to you.
Sounds good.
1 second.
So I will hang around long enough here to find out what's going to go on. We're not going anywhere, of course. We might just be taking a little bit of a break. Let the players take a couple seconds to unwind and unload and get ready for the third set. We're still going to do another set of 10 ball. All right, so it sounds like they're going to want to take about a 10-minute break. So we're going to step away for just a little while, give them a chance to reset, and I'll use this as an opportunity to take a little bit of a break myself, and we'll be back in about 10 minutes. I will put a countdown up on the page here, and we'll be back at that point. So take a break, but make sure you come back here in 10 minutes time so you can catch the last match between Sam Ryno Henderson and Elsie Cash Lance. All right, well, it looks like we are not going to need this entire time. Looks like the players are getting underway right now, so I will get back. It looks like Sam is the winner there. So Sam will be starting us off on this third and last set. So thank you everybody for tuning in along the way and for participating in the comments and keeping us company here while we do this commentary and bring this match to you guys. We still have a lot of great match left, so please, if you have not done so already, please share the stream. Help give these kids an even bigger platform. We're trying to highlight the next generation of players in the U.S., and you're looking at them right here. So help them create an even bigger platform for themselves by sharing the stream. It's a very, very easy, quick thing to do, but you never know who might end up watching the stream because of it, and you never know what new opportunities could come out of it for these kids. Maybe, just maybe, some Kamui brand representative or some town representative is watching and likes what they're seeing from these kids and offers them a sponsorship or something. Very easy to do. Click that share button. All right, and we're going to get underway. So this is the third set. This will be a race to 8, which I need to update right now. And I have done so, so good for me. I succeeded. 10 points for Nate. So we're starting out with a dry break, looks like. Looks like you can see the edge of the one ball. Nope, he's jumping at it. If he can see the edge of it, though, I like thinning the one ball, trying to hit that window between the 4 and the 9 ball. Cut the one ball behind the 2 and the 10, and try to get a snooker out of that. If that's available, I like that shot. Nope, he looks like he's jumping it, so must be fully blocked behind the 7. And a representative for, I have to assume Sam, obviously, because they sent me a message asking me if I could share this page for Sam, Ryno Henderson, for his player profile. So I'm going to see if I can't get that copied and paste it out there. And if you guys would take a second to like and follow Sam's page, so you can keep up to date with all of the things in Sam's career. Here is that link in the messages in the Facebook chat right now. Oh, that's a great try. So I think I like thinning off the left side of the 1 ball, let the 8 ball stop the 1 ball on that end rail, and sending the cue ball 2 rails underneath the 2 and the 10 and the 4 ball, and using those 3 balls as blockers. 1 ball should stay right about where the 8 ball is. So we'll be looking at the cue ball off the top side of the 1 ball. There it is, and needs to get underneath the 10 ball. Needs to get going. I think he left the window. He did, and I think that 1 ball even. I think he can even make the 1 ball too. Positioning is not easy though. He doesn't have available to him the end rail, the natural 2 rail positioning, because the 8, 6, and 7 are all in the way. So maybe because of that, he doesn't even want to take the shot on. He doesn't. He's spun behind the 7 really nicely. It's a great shot. I think Cash went to grab his jump cue, but I think he put it back. He'll be kicking at this ball. I think he can get between the 2 and the 10 ball, and if he can get between the 2 and the 10 ball, if you can, well, maybe he can't. It's kind of tough to tell. If he's kicking at it this way, I mean, that's a really hard shot to judge. He's calling the 3 ball, so watch out for the scratch. If you're going to kick at it this way, I actually like kicking at this really softly and try to kick off the right side of the 1 and use the 9 ball. Try to get over and play the hook behind the 9 ball. So the table's pretty open from here. It looks like you're going to have to make a 6-7 combination. Let's take a look at the front view. Yeah, it's not exactly squared up, but there's plenty of distance in between them. And the 6 ball should track nicely towards the top right pocket. So it's just a matter of really potting the 7 ball. Good speed on that shot. So I like him to, I think I like him to go forward a little bit off this bottom cushion. Or, yeah, this bottom cushion, and then come in line with the 5 ball. I think he overran that a little bit more than he wanted to. No, he's okay. He'll just come off this bottom cushion straight in line with the 6 and the 7. I think he's actually coming around the 10 ball. Yeah, he is. So he'll be looking to make the combination. Just at a speed to get the 6 ball over into the top left. Just like that. Or I guess top right, I should say, since I switched cameras. Really nicely done here. And with that, Sam is looking pretty good to get onto the board first. Hit that one a little thicker than you wanted to. But no issues. Nicely done, Sam, getting onto the board first. Here comes Cash. They're playing alternate the breaks, so it's now Cash's break. lost his cue ball there. And it came up dry. Cue ball shot straight forward and went 3 rails off. That's a great shot. So it doesn't look like the 2 ball's going to pass the 7 ball, so he's going to be taking on the 3-7 combination here. The 3 ball is going to creep towards the 6, it looks like. And the cue ball is going to be going to the right, the top towards that 9 ball. So if he hits at a proper speed, it's going towards the 8 ball, sorry. The 3 ball should not get there. He hit it way too hard. It's hard to trust that and hit it soft, but I think that's the right way to shoot it. So still not bad though. He's got a good option here. It's just play it safe. You can either just stop the cue ball as is and bank the 3 ball out, or you can, yeah, I was gonna say, or you can just come down table and you're selling, or you're giving up a jump shot here, but you're still in pretty good shape. Looks like he's going to be taking on the kick. I actually do like banking here, or jump banking is. Came out pretty well. Got a pretty good flick. I think I like thinning off the left side of the 3 ball, the top side of the 3 ball, and basically putting the cue ball right back where it just was. That's what he looks like he's doing. Oh, he hit it way too thick though. And he's going to scratch on the side. He hit that ball way too thick. Give a shout out to Greg Hogue in the chat. How's it going, Greg? Hope you're doing well. So the trick to this one is going to be getting onto that 5 ball. You want to leave yourself a ton of angle on this 4 ball. That's just not enough angle. Unless he's trying to stay on the bottom side of the 9 ball. No, that's no good. I like. Maybe it goes by the 10 ball, but it does not look like it goes by the 10 ball. Yeah, that's not going to get there. It's not going to get there. That's why you want to have plenty of angle. The only way he was going to get out there with the angle that he had is if he really, really forced it. That's just a mental error of not leaving yourself enough angle to be able to work with effortlessly. You might still be okay though. If he can still see the edge of this 5 ball, he can cross the 5 ball, send the cue ball just to the bottom side of the 8 ball and send it up table softly enough that he might even be able to keep the 9 and the 10 ball in play. Oh, he banked it in. He banked that ball in. What a shot. Patrick Neal asks, will this be available to watch later on in the Cue It Up page? Yes, it will. It will always be on our page. It'll always be free, so you can tune in and finish it off whenever you want if you need to get going. So it doesn't look like this 6-ball is really available anywhere. I think you can bank it maybe down by the 8-ball and send the cue ball over onto the right. Use the 10 and the 9-ball as blockers. Yeah, he's really in an offensive mode right now. He got away with it on the bank shot, but he didn't get away with it here. I think there's 2 shots there where safeties were better options. And speaking of not quite maintaining angles, Sam came up a little bit further than I think he wanted to here too. So he's gonna have to kind of power draw the shot out, I think, and either play the 9 into the right middle or into the same pocket. And he hit it good. You don't have to hit the speed that good. Another great out for Sam. That brings him to 2. So in overall now, Sam won the 8-ball 7-0. He won the 9-ball 10-7, and now he's up 2-0. So in overall, he is sitting at a combined 19-7. That's pretty strong. All right, just narrowly avoids the scratch, makes 2 balls, and has, I believe, a shot on the 1 into the top left corner here. I think it sneaks by the 7. Maybe it doesn't sneak by the 7, but it certainly goes into the bottom right, the bottom left now as we look at it. And I think he should be able to either glance or run into the 6-ball or draw below it and maybe come off the rail and come into it. And that's... He didn't come into it, but it was, that's kind of the idea. That's a great shot. So now he'll draw off this left cushion, bottom side of the 6-ball, right in line, kind of going at the 5 or 4. He ran into the 6, so no problem there. So we can either draw up and play the 6. Yeah, that's what he's going to do. Draw it up and play it into the top middle. So now the last work is getting from the 7 to the 8-ball. I like drawing it below the 10-ball and maintaining your angle so that you can come around 3 cushions. But I think he's going to try to power draw this all the way back. And he underdrew it. So he's going to have quite a tester on this 8-ball here. But he just has to pocket it, and he drills it. Oh, he's playing some fearless pool right now. This is incredible to watch. There's a lot of talent in this kid right here. Just roll this ball in, come off that cushion right about the 3rd diamond, right in line with the 10. And there you have it. We have ourselves a 3-0 lead. Break and run. And here comes Cash back to the table. And I would say that the only mistakes that I've seen Cash really make in this set so far is I think he's been a little bit aggressive on a couple shots. I think safeties were better options. But I haven't seen him, or at least I don't remember him, really missing too many balls. It's kind of just been more of a maybe a shot selection thing. Oh, that's a great cue ball. Great cue ball that time. And he's rewarded with a shot on the one ball. And I mean, if that five ball will pass the 10, I'm not going to say it's a routine run out, but it's looking pretty good. I don't think the five ball will pass the 10 ball though, and there's not a lot of great opportunities to develop it safely. You could potentially run into it off the two ball because the four ball is kind of sitting in front of the side pocket, but then you're going to have to make a really hero positional shot to get from the 4 to the 5, so I don't really like doing that. I think what I actually like to do, if anything, is play a safety on that 5 ball and just push the 5 ball through that hole and leave the cue ball underneath the 10 ball. I think it's a pretty safe shot to get, maybe not ball in hand, but I think there's a pretty dang good chance that you're going to get ball in hand off of it. If you are going into the break here, you need to do it 2 rails. So come off this bottom cushion that the 2 ball's on, and then off the left short rail, and come up into the 10 ball. So you're clearing it away from the 5 ball, but your cue ball is also going to be going up table as well. Because if your cue ball's stuck on that bottom rail, you're going to have a really, really difficult time getting back up, or getting from that 4 ball to the 5 ball. And he's not going for it, which I much prefer. I don't like going for the breakout here. I just don't think it really leads to anything good, or easy at least. Ooh, I'm not sure what he's looking at there. Yeah, now it looks like he's looking at that safety that I was talking about earlier. I still think that that's the best option from what I see right now. Oh, this is no good. This is no good. Oh, did he... Wow, he was playing into an extremely tight window. And this is still not easy. I guess now he's got at least got a breakout opportunity, so he can run into the 10 and the 5. I like just running into the 5 ball because the 5 ball will bank into the 10 ball. And hold for position. Oh, he hit it just a little bit too thick. It's still okay though. I think he could bank the 5 ball out and send his cue ball off the bottom cushion back up into the 10 ball. The only reason I don't go straight at the 10 ball is he might flick off of it and end up scratching. I like drawing off the bottom rail just like that. Perfect shot. Really, really, really good shot. So he did still leave the one rail, so he could kick it just short or just to the left of that side pocket with speed, or he can hit it a little bit further to the left if he wants to hit it soft. And that's because if you hit it a little bit harder into the rail, it's going to straighten out more, so it won't follow the natural V. Yeah, and that's what happened. So that's why I said just a little bit to the left of the side pocket, and he was back over by the diamond, and you see that it straightened out quite a bit and ended up well to the left of the 5-ball. Cash really needs to make this one hurt. He's got to get out of this rack, and there's really nothing stopping him. I mean, if you're able to get onto the 7-ball with any type of shot, the 8, 9... Oh, I do not like playing this combination. Oh, wow, I do not like playing this combination. Really weird things can happen when you play a combination. This 6 could end up following in the 9, or in through the 9. And now you're gonna have to. I mean, he looks like he's still okay, but now he's gonna have to kind of cheat the pocket to creep towards the 8-ball. And he executed it nicely, but I don't see a need to play that combination there. It's too easy to get from the 6 into the 7-ball, and the 9 to the 10 is. It's pretty. I don't know. The only thing that matters is you run out, I guess. And he's ran out. So this gets him on the board. They're playing to 8. This is going to make it 3-1 in favor of Sam, and it will be Sam's break. Last time he was at the table breaking, he broke and ran out. Not happy with something about the rack. Starting over. And we have another dry break, and the 1-ball is hanging in the jaws. The 3 to the 4 is going to be brutal. I believe the 5-ball passes the 9, but does the 6 pass the 9? It doesn't look like it does, no. But the 6-9 carom is on, so that would be available if you get to that point. But right now, my focus is getting from that 3-ball to the 4-ball. So he'll be, I think he's got a little bit of a cut, so he'll just high ball straight down this bottom rail as we're looking at the side view. And there's my other commentator right there at the end of the bar, so he said he was having problems with his Wi-Fi. And this is going to be some work right here. He's got to jack up a little bit on the cue, get into the cue ball just a little bit, not much, because he's going to want to come off the right short rail and just basically go straight down table to the left of the 8-ball. Executed it perfectly. Really, really great shot. Follow through on this one. Get the cue ball pretty close to the rail. You don't want to get you don't want to leave this one short. You can get all the way down to the bottom rail if you need to. He'll be playing the 5 by the 9 ball, and then he'll be playing what I assume is going to be a 6-9 carom. He came up. No, that's okay. I think he should be okay there. The trick with this shot is make sure that you make the shot without touching the 9 ball. If you touch the 9 ball, everything goes crazy, and you start having to rely on getting lucky rolls. So make sure that you pocket this without touching the 9 ball. Yeah, and he didn't miss the 9 ball. So as you can see, he's got to make a combination. But the problem with this combination is it's not set up perfectly. So he's going to have to be cutting the 6 ball at the 9 ball. We went rail first at it. That's a pretty good shot. It's a pretty good shot, but it makes that 9 ball now just a little bit tougher to get onto. Looking pretty good from here. Just a little bit of a center ball punch shot. Get it over to right around the 3rd diamond, or the first diamond inside the bottom right pocket. What a run out this has been. Really good from start to finish. Just got a little bit squirrely on the 5 ball. But he played it really well, so that brings our score to 3-2. And Cash is breaking, so has an opportunity to tie up this match. All right, so here's rack number 6. Cash to break, trailing 3 racks to 2. Didn't quite square up the rack, but he's not going to get rewarded. So this will be a dry break, so this will get Sam back to the table. Not the greatest of opportunities. I think I like banking the 1 ball in between the 2 and the 8 ball, kind of right at that master's chalk, actually. 2 rail Z banking it down to the bottom rail. You could also, okay, he's gonna. I don't like doing this with a cue ball, because best case scenario is you get the snooker on the 8 to 10, but your 1 ball's hanging over the jaw still, so you're selling out a jump shot. Yeah, now he's switching to my shot. Yeah, that's really good. That's a really good shot there. He would have liked it just a tiny, tiny bit harder, I think. get it behind the 8 and the 10 ball, but I think he still might have the full snooker. Maybe he doesn't. It's pretty good based off of what he had available to him. This is pretty good. There's not doesn't look like there's too much available from here. Not much that I see. You could thin the, so I think you probably cut the 1 ball into the 10. Use the 10 ball to stop your 1 ball. So cut it straight into the 10 ball and send your cue ball down table and use that 8 ball as a blocker. It's a shot that you gotta kind of be behind to see if it's available. If you could send the cue ball between the 8 and the 10 cleanly, you could end up playing the cue ball up into the 2 ball, the backside of the 2, but I don't think that that's available. Doesn't look like it is. Yeah, he played that shot, but he didn't hit it hard enough. So we didn't get a rail out of it. And even still, the way his cue ball went, so I don't think that shot was available, unfortunately. Yeah, I think I agree with you, Greg. I think he was better off kicking the 1. He ended up coming out okay with it, though. In hindsight, I mean, with what he left for a shot, I think it was pretty good of an outcome. But I think it's a safer kick. I mean, as far as trying to get safe out of it, or I guess going into the shot, I would have thought so. So you can try to run this out, which I think you have to try to do, but they are playing 3 fouls, and it's pretty easy to get a second foul on them from here, I think, if you wanted to try to do that. But he's going to be playing for the run out, so he'll be playing for the 2 off of, I think that's a 7 ball in front of the side pocket. So he'll be playing to play that off of that ball. Fortunately, I don't know. Does a 3 ball pass the 6? Yeah, it looks like it does. So the only thing here is if you're going to play this off this 7 ball, which I think you have to, that 7 ball is going to be going right at the 6 ball or the 3 ball. So you need to hit it a speed to where if it goes at the 6 ball, it's not going to sit in your way. And if it's going at the 3 ball, you got to plan for it. That's a great shot. You got to plan for it accordingly with your cue ball. Luckily, he found the gap in between them. You don't have to hit that gap, though. Yeah, I agree with you again, Greg. I think with that ball in hand there, you could lock them up really tightly and get that second foul on them, and then reassess from there as to whether or not you want to try to for the 3 foul, or whether you want to try to take your second ball in hand and run out. But he's got a run out from here. I mean, well, you know what? I take that back. I don't know that you really do. If you're looking at a bank shot on the 4 ball as best case scenario, I mean, that's no good because it doesn't get you onto the 5 ball. The 6 and the 7 are going to be in your way to be able to run the cue ball around 5 rails for the 5. Yeah, I don't. He didn't get enough angle on this, so no matter what, he can't get his cue ball around the world anyways. So he's going to be playing for another bank shot after this. Okay, so he's going to play for the second safety, and did he get there? I don't think he got there. No. Sam looks way too excited. What a great shot. He's been kind of sitting on the freezer the last two racks watching Cash run out, and he gets right up with his first real opportunity and just fires the ball straight in, length of the table. No problem at all. One more big shot here. He's going to have to play either below the 8-ball or to the top left of the table, or he's going to have to try to hit this in with some inside spin softly. While we see this camera have a seizure again. I'm not really sure what the heck's going on there. And he hit it great. Softly with that inside spin. Wow, this is quite the performance that Sam is putting on when he's getting to the table. I mean, the only thing he's really done wrong in this match so far that I can remember, as far as like big blunders, is break dry. That's some pretty impressive stuff right there. That is some pretty impressive stuff. After sitting for 2 racks to be able to come with that shot right there and run out, that's some pretty impressive stuff. I feel like I'm being overly critical on, a little bit critical on Cash and a little bit overly praiseworthy of Sam. So I should probably that a little bit. But Sam, I mean, when Sam's getting to the table, I mean, he's just running out. And Cash is grinding out some wins, which, you know, they're 2 different playing styles. There's certainly 2 different playing styles. Truth be told, I am incredibly impressed with both of these kids. So I think it's another dry break. I think what he can do here is thin the 1-ball, keep it right around that 8-ball, send the cue ball off the rail in between the 4 and the 9-ball, and then kind of hit it to the speed to hang out right around that 5-ball. If you run it a little bit long, oh, he's gonna scratch. He's not gonna scratch. That's a great shot. That is a great shot. I didn't even look at that shot because I didn't want to risk that scratch there, but he hit it good. But I think he still left the 1-ball. Man, Sam is getting up there and he's like really firing at that. That was a crazy fast 1-stroke. He didn't even take a practice stroke on that. I think there's a lesson there to be learned. You got to respect every single shot that you shoot at. I would really like to see him take a little bit more time, even though it's a safety. I must have Chad back.
Well, I sort of hope you do. I've been battling the internet the entire time.
Oh, stop it. We watched you drink a beer over there.
Oh, I know. You saw me at the bar. I heard somebody said, "Hey, Nate just called you out." But like, I'm on, and then it disconnects, and then I'm on, and then it disconnects, and so, you know. But you're doing a fine job, so, you know,
You're all good. I had to give you a little bit of slack, you know.
I'm still blind. I can't see the table from this call, but it's what is it? I was in there as what, 4-3 or 4-2?
4-2 right now. Yep, in favor of Sam.
Mm-hmm. Well, Sam's had a really, really good event here, and Cash has struggled a little bit, but at the same time, I'm proud of him for not quitting, and I'm happy for Sam for playing so well, and both of them get to do big takeaways from this match. They both get to learn a lot, I think.
Yeah, I just hope they don't go through the commentary and listen to me dogging on them. No, they're both some pretty incredible players and some incredible talents.
Yeah, I think so. And what people don't realize is, like with Cash, most people don't realize he's 17 years old. He has been playing this game for 2 years.
Wow,
He plays at a pretty high level for only 2 years in. And with Sam only being 14 years old, there's only so many years you can play.
yeah.
And look how good he's become. And so I'm very impressed with both of them.
I've been playing this game for 20 years, and I'm not half the player of either of these two.
Yeah, it doesn't exactly show that you've been playing it that long.
I know, right? I've actually been playing it for longer than that. I've been playing this game for 25 years.
Oh boy.
You'd think I'd be better by now. But I'm telling you what, Chad, I'm one of the best 400 level Fargo players in the country. I'll play anyone at 400.
That's funny.
I might just have to borrow a bankroll to do it. The last 400 I played cleared me out.
I believe it. I'd have a hard time beating either of these kids right now, to be honest with you.
I think I could get them if I get the breaks. Then I get a chance.
Yeah. I'll tell you, the one thing that I saw while I was inside is Cash's break in 10 ball is absolutely looks beautiful. And,
well, he had one in there that was really good. He's also had a couple where he's not squaring up the rack. So
yeah, but his form and timing and mechanics look really, really good. And he's just, I think he's just struggling a little bit with, like we all do when things aren't going your way, struggling to try to claw your way back into the match, and then you got a guy that just won't let you.
So, yeah, here's a plug for well, finish your thought out. Sorry, I don't want to interrupt you.
Oh, I'm good. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, well, here's a plug for a previous sponsor to my podcast. If you're having trouble squaring up the rack, the best thing that you could possibly get for your game, well, whether you're struggling that or not, I mean, the best single training tool in the game of pool is the break rack. That thing will have you squaring up racks so fast. They don't even pay me to advertise for them anymore, but that's how much I believe in that product. It's a great training tool.
Yep. Vern McGee introduced me to that thing, and it is really, really something else.
It absolutely is. I still use mine. Once a month I try to get 2 to 3 hours on that.
Yep. I loan that rack to several. I own one, and I've loaned that out to several players for a day, and it's like, take it home, go play with it, and then bring it back to me, and then go buy your own.
Yeah, exactly.
I think they all have.
I actually I started taking collateral, so I require like car keys or some, because I need to guarantee that I'm going to get it back when I give it out to people. When people hit with it for like 4 minutes, they realize how special that thing is. And, I don't know if I'll ever get it back at that point. So I always got to take collateral from now on.
There you go. No, it's really, I mean, in all seriousness, it's one, you've seen a lot of gimmicks and a lot of things come up and a lot of, practicing tools and all these different things. But it really is one of the best things I've ever seen as far as a training tool to make your game better.
Absolutely. It's got the full queued up network endorsement. Oh, bye-bye. Speaking of squaring up the rack, and what a break it is, too. Look at that.
I just got camera back right when that break happened.
I think the 4-ball doesn't look like it passes into that left middle, so he was saved a little bit by that. If that four ball goes into the pocket, Sam's already running out of this rack and breaking the next one.
Isn't it crazy that you're able to say that about, a young
A 13-year-old
player?
kid.
Yeah. Well, and even Cavs too. Like like both of them. When they have this open table, you expect them to get out.
Yeah,
You know
yeah, I
that
do.
that says a lot. And I'm my guess. I'd like to hear people. I'd like to hear people's opinions about this. But my guess is that they are pleasantly surprised at the quality of play in this match.
If they've never ran into either of these two kids before, yeah, I would like to think so.
Yeah.
What are you playing for here? You think you're playing for that cross bank, or you trying to get it up by kind of where his chalk is?
You know, I I don't know if that ball fits in the side. I
No,
can't really
no,
tell.
I'm looking at the. I think it has to bank. I think it has to.
Oh, I see. Well, I'd play it. I'd play it to the side. Uh-oh.
I'm not even sure what just happened there. What just happened there?
I think he just broke it off the side rail, and he's just going to cut it in the corner somehow. He's just playing loose, man. He's playing.
Yeah, I was gonna say he's playing the
Maybe
safety.
that shot.
He's actually got a little lazy with that one. I mean he went full bore into that one. He should have never been going full bore into that. Getting his cue ball should have been the only thing hitting the rail there. That four ball should not have gotten to that rail.
Yeah.
Because then he's underneath the nine ball. He played a four ball safety there, not a cue ball safety. And I think
Right.
you need to play. I think you need to play your cue ball there and not your four ball. Because now, I mean, I expect him to not only get a hit on. Well, I'm gonna shove a sock in my mouth.
Yeah. Cash's having a tough time right now, but that's all right. We all have those days, where just you seem like you just can't seem to get anything going, and here's the part that's hard is the younger player has to learn is just because you haven't had a good day doesn't mean you're not a great player, doesn't mean you didn't do the right things. You just didn't execute today, right? And you got to get back on the horse and you got to play again. We all get beat. It happens.
I found a really good way to never lose a match. Never play one.
Yeah. Well, Sam just opened the door here. I hope.
And well, the only thing you got to worry about here is don't scratch two rails.
Yeah.
And does the 9 ball go past the 10 ball? Because I know that cue ball doesn't fit in between the rail and the 10. So he's going to have to play it into the top right.
It's a good shot. That's a good
And
shot.
now,
And this is what keeps happening to Cash. Just the cue ball just keeps leaking out, and just leaves him like something weird. He looks like dead straight on that thing.
well, I'm going to tell
If
you
he
what,
had
Chad.
any,
I don't know that that 9 ball goes by the 10. I think he's going to try to draw this in between the 9 and the 10 ball.
you know, well, there's something to be said for that. If you send that ball into that traffic, you're not going to get hooked, right? Or you're pretty sure you're not going to get hooked if you play it right.
As long as you don't
If you,
draw it above it and scratch, yeah.
yeah, and so just play it, and then play safe if you have to. Is he playing a bank shot?
Yeah, this is what.
Playing.
Yeah, this is what I was gonna say. I actually like just drawing out to the bank. I think the bank plays pretty naturally. You don't have to play positioning. You're automatically onto the 10 ball. All you got to do is just bear down and make a shot.
Right. Good shot.
I don't like
Yeah,
put, yeah. Go ahead.
yeah. I mean, but at least he made it. He just drilled it. I like the confidence. He's stuck in this match, but he's still bear down and just drilled that bank.
Yeah. I don't really like him putting draw on that ball. I think just a center ball is fine, but oh, he missed it.
Struggling.
And I think that that comes from him putting draw on that ball, right? Because that gets you farther away from the 10 ball. I think the default for most players, especially at that range, you got a waiver in the background. I think the default for most players, especially at that kind of window, is to hit a draw on your banks. I mean, that's kind of like home base for a lot of players. And in fact, I think it's home base for, I would say, just about every single player, right? Who doesn't like drawing the ball when they bank it, right? But you got to be able to adapt and be able to hit a center ball bank.
Hmm. True.
And if he hits
You
a
know,
center ball bank there, he's playing that ball straight into the side pocket from 6 inches away.
yeah. I think, I think what he did is he lost his tempo for a minute, lost his pre-shot routine on the 10 ball. I think he was disappointed where he left it off the 9 and kind of rushed that 10 ball. If he bears down,
Yeah.
takes a second, takes a look, realizes it's a little more difficult shot, and then bears down, he's going to get that ball. But lesson learned, right?
Yep. Another thing that you can do if you insist on hitting it with draw is just hit it a little bit harder. Hit it 2 diamonds harder. And then it gets off that bottom cushion and comes out kind of towards the spot. And then you're looking at that same shot.
Right.
Lessons. I mean, these are all just lessons you're learning. I mean, there's no money on the line. It's not like these kids are, it's not like this kid's not going to eat for the next 2 days because, he lost his bankroll or anything.
Right.
This is where, every great champion that the U.S. has had has played matches like this coming up. Learning how to win, learning how to play, learning how to succeed at this game. And Sam is learning how to win, and Cash is learning how to grind. Both of them are getting valuable lessons from this.
Hmm. I think that's right, and I think I'm hoping that that they both walk away from this match having said, "I'm glad I played it, and I learned a lot." If those two things happen, then this entire thing was a huge success, right?
Absolutely. And I hope the
You
people
know,
that are tuning in and watching appreciate the show and getting. You're going to want to remember both of these players. I think that was a foul. Yeah, it was. I remember these names. If you're tuning in and you've never heard of either of these players before,
yep. Stay tuned because they're coming.
bit of a tester here. He's going to have, he's elevating again. He can't run into the 5 or the 10 ball. Certainly not square, so he's going to have to maybe even twist a little bit of inside spin on it, which creates a masse. Yep. I think you needed a little bit of inside spin on that.
Or come all the way out to the middle and take the longer shot.
Yeah. But then, you're still hitting a pretty tight window. I mean, you can. There's certainly nothing wrong with it. Both shots are brutal. This is a good shot. This is a good shot.
That looks real good. But yeah, it's all about, it's playing that position to not be tree topped, right?
Yep. That's exactly right.
That is the worst feeling in the world when you could have avoided it, and and here you are jacked up over a ball, and you know that everything about it just got about 4 times harder.
What a hit. And look at this. He's going to get nothing. Bummer. Yeah, it's a safe miss.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you something. What I saw right there, and I hope when Cash has a chance to take a look at this video, which I'm sure he'll watch 100 times. I hope he hears me say that, I watched Cash up on that 3 ball before Sam was even out of the picture. And, that's not been his tempo, playing this match. He just charged up to that table ready to go. And that's not the way he's played. I don't think he prepped himself for that shot quite the way he should have. And, so he'll look at this and he'll go, yep, you're right. That's why I missed it, because I didn't play it the way that I've been playing all day. And that is, with his tempo, his pre-shot routine, everything else. He just jumped up and was ready to go and didn't take that extra second like he usually does.
I don't like this shot. I don't like this shot. This turns into a jab stroke and you foul at it a lot. I like thinning off the right side of the three ball and sending the cue ball in between the 10 and the 6.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, he actually hit that good. There must have been a little bit more space in there than what I thought. Well, I think we're gonna get to see a jump shot here. Chad, do you mind taking over for just 1 minute, quickly?
Sure.
All right, I'm gonna.
I apologize in advance to all the viewers. It's tough for me to see, but I'm going to do my best.
You got this. Just talk about your favorite road story or something. I'll be back in just a second.
All right. Oh, Sam drills it.
But first, what a shot!
I'm not sure what he's going to do with the 4 ball. I feel like maybe it goes off the side if that's the 7 ball in the picture. It's hard for me to see it, but I'll do my best, folks. I think if he can carry him off that 7, he might be able to roll that in. But it goes straight up the corner. Man, he is just shooting with a ton of confidence. He's just walking up and stroking balls and making balls. And his cue ball looks good this entire match. Oh, he leaked it. It looks like Cash has a clear view of that 5. He should just be coming off the end rail. Oh, he doesn't have a clear view of it.
You can't get rid of me that easy, Chad.
I don't know what he has here. He might have to jump this ball.
Yeah, I think a jump shot's a pretty good option. Jump it. You're not trying to make it though. I would not be trying to make this. I'd be trying to bank this out 2 rails, send the cue ball kind of to the top left corner. Try and use the 10, 7, and 9 as the blockers.
Yeah. I think that's the right shot. I don't think he jumped this to make it.
Yeah, he's calling it 2 rails. I do like calling it. I do like that he called that there. I wouldn't have called it.
No.
Well, maybe when I'm on the shot I would have, but I wouldn't have thought of. I didn't think about calling it right now. And he's going to get underneath the 6 ball really nicely. He's not going to get under the. Yes, he did.
That's a good shot.
I think he may have bumped a. Oh, I don't like that. I don't like that at all. If that ball didn't go, I would. So, here's a broad strategy question, right? Because he basically moved the 7 ball straight out, straight towards the pocket, right? So the fact that Sam just said move it back right away, I hate that. Unless he know. Okay, so he must. He could have made that 5 ball. But if he couldn't get to that 5 ball and make it, there's no reason to move that back because it only makes it easier for your opponent if you can't return a safety. But I think he actually knew that he could make that because he actually overcut that ball.
Right.
This is a good shot. As long as he doesn't find the gap between the. Yeah, he's good.
But that's a really good shot. Good speed.
I actually like Sam to make this jump shot, though. The 5 ball's close enough to the rail that and he's looking to see if it's frozen. If he takes that jump on, I like him to make it.
Yeah, you got to be careful of scratching in the bottom corner, though.
He's not.
He's kicking.
Yeah, he's going to try and just kick, just bump into it. Scratching in that corner.
Yeah, see, I would have played 2 rails. If I were going to kick it, I'd have played 2 rails. Now, first of all, I would have jumped it, but my shot would have been a 2-rail kick because it's harder to scratch. I like go back to that safety on the 5 ball, the cash play to get that ball in hand right there. I like he played that with confidence. And what you have to decide as a player when you're shooting that shot, you're going to leave the 5 ball on the side rail, and so that's not necessarily hitting it, in an ideal place unless you're hooking your opponent. Oh goodness. But
Oh my goodness! Sorry, I was not expecting him to miss that. I just looked up and saw it when you said that. Oh no.
but
Well,
as a player, when you're shooting when you're lagging those safeties back, it becomes all cue ball. You forget about the 5 ball location. It's all about putting that cue ball behind the 6, right?
oh geez.
That's really, they're all losing their mind for a brief moment. They'll be back in just a second.
we interrupt this. we interrupt this telecast broadcast to bring you a couple of misses for a while. Well, I think you said this earlier that you think that Cash is going to be tuning in and watching this about 100 times. And if you don't mind me throwing my advice towards him when he gets to this point, anybody can play when the conditions are good. And he overran this by a mile. Anybody can play this game when the conditions are perfect. When you're running out from everywhere, where you're feeling good at the table, where you have, that eagle eye sight to every single shot. Only the champions can play this game at a high level when things aren't going well. And part of the journey of playing this game at an elite level is learning how to play in your top gear, whether you're feeling good or whether you're feeling bad. And what I mean by that is finding that gear, finding a way to dig through.
Yeah, nice shot there. I think you're right. And it's good champions find ways to deal with things. What do they say? Extraordinary people do extraordinary things in extraordinary circumstances. Mm-hmm. Well, an extraordinary circumstance will be when you're not playing your best, but you still have to find a way to win. And you've got an opponent that's not letting up on you. You got your opponent that's not giving you a lot of chances, or the table's not giving you a lot of chances. Well, the champions still find a way. They still find a way to grind and grind and grind.
Yep.
That's the takeaway, right? That's one of the takeaways for Cash in this. And I know he'll see this. I know he'll hear it, and I know he'll respect you for saying it.
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, part of this, like I said, this journey is, if you look at our current world champion, Albin Ocean, I mean, he, at one point in time in that finals, if anybody watched it, his head was drooped over and he wasn't even watching the match. What he was doing there was not feeling sorry for himself because he was playing bad. What he was doing there was saying, all right, I don't care what happened in the match previously. I don't care what happened in this match up until this point. I don't even care what's happening as this match is going on with my eyes closed. The only thing that I care about is what I can control from here on forward. And he said to me in an interview after winning that world championship that his head was down and his eyes were closed, not because he was feeling sorry for himself, but he was throwing away and he was recycling all of the old bad feelings that he had had up until that point. And he was channeling all of his focus into the next time he got to the table. And the next time he got to the table, he drilled a bank shot and ran a 4.
Mm-hmm.
That's something that Albin is a world champion. He's a 2-time world champion. So, it's hard to compare yourself to somebody like that. But the broader idea is find out ways that you can refocus yourself when things are at its hardest, so that you can get ready for the next moment that you get. Nothing that has happened up until the match at that point is going to affect what happens going forward, unless you allow it to, for better or for worse.
I think that's right, and I think if a lot of younger players aspire to be that mentally, it'll help them with their game, on the table.
I think it looks like he's going to have an available. I think he's got the 1-2 combination. Both of our cameras are kind of one's having a seizure and the other one's blurry. So, as my partner Jim Telfer once said, "Shut up, people! It's free."
There you
go. Which is a funny line.
That is great, and it's true. That's what makes it great. What's the score?
We got 6-3.
Okay.
It's a great shot. Oh, I thought that was good. Man, man, he hit that one ball really thin.
Is it? Are you sure it's 6'3" or is it 6'4"? Because Cash had. Oh, maybe it is 6'3". I don't know. You've got it.
Well, if anybody tunes into my streams, they know how bad I am at keeping score. So
No, that's true. I forgot about that
yeah,
quality.
that's a thing. That's real. That's a tough roll. Jeff Potts asks, who won the eighth ball? Um, the eight ball was won by Sam Henderson, 7-0, and then Sam won the nine ball, 10-7, and now we are into the 10 ball, and Sam is up 6-3.
Yep, Sam is having himself a pretty good afternoon, and Cash is just gonna have to bear down and work and try to steal this last one. I mean,
Oh, that barely got there. I'm not I'm not completely sure why he thought he had to slow roll that ball with that much angle that softly. Oh, that's not going to go.
yeah, he's rushing things a little bit, and
Well, you know he's not feeling good. I mean,
yeah,
ultimately, and this kind of goes back to the conversation that we had. Um, Look, if this game was that easy, we'd all be world champions, right? The point is the best players, which is what he's aspiring to be, find ways to go above and beyond the call when you get into these kind of ruts, and you find ways to battle yourself out of them. I can't expect that he's going to know how to do that. He's been playing the game for 2 years. But
right.
as just as if you were trying to get better at banking, you'd bank the balls a bunch of times in practice. You're trying to get better at kick shots. You set up kick shots in practice. If you're trying to get better at the mental side of the game, you got to find ways to get better at the. You can't just kind of go through the motions and hope that you get better at it through the time. You actually have to put work into the mental side of the game, whether that is breathing techniques, meditation, stuff like that. I mean, there's a lot of different avenues that you could take to try it out, but you got to work on them.
Yep. It's a very very real part of the game. I mean, and I think you know when you're down, it's easy to say. It's easy to say. It's tough to do. That's a good shot
It's a great shot.
from there.
I don't know
With
what
that,
I don't know what the heck is going on with this side camera, Chad. Do you have any idea?
I have a feeling he's getting either a text message or a phone call, and it's not on Do Not Disturb.
No, that's not it. It would turn off. I think it's a focus issue.
Oh, like an autofocus.
Yeah, there's something going on with the room or something like that that's making it seem like it's constantly trying to focus on something.
Uh,
Because it's not doing it all the time. It kind of goes in spurts. I think the camera needs to get turned off and turned back on, and it'll fix it.
um, it might be a little late for that. That was a good shot too.
Well, he's still got some work to do.
Yeah, of course. There's nothing easy about this out, but being stuck to that end rail to get that was at the four ball down table, and then to cut that six. He's in a position to get out here, but I really, really want this out, for him because it's really hard. And when you're playing really, you're not playing your best game and you're in a ditch like he is right now, score wise, just to manufacture this out from where he started, that'll be a big win for him mentally going forward.
Yep, this right here is going to take a huge stroke. Center ball punch shot off the right cushion back out to the center of the table. He didn't have. He got a little high in the cue ball there.
Still hit it pretty good.
He hit it great, but he's gonna have to hit
Yeah,
this.
look at that.
He's gonna have to hit this one really good too because he didn't hit that one perfect. He's gonna have to slow roll this ball in and try to hold on the left side of that 10 ball. He's gonna have to hit it as full as he possibly can.
Yeah, not sit on top of the 10.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Yeah, that's
What a great out. I like this. He's slowing down. He knows he's sped up a few times. He's going to make this ball. There you go.
there. You go. You have it 6-4.
That's a great out when you're up 8-0. That's a great out. That's a great out at that moment when you don't feel any pressure. Cash was under tremendous pressure to do something, and he just came out with a really, really good out there. That was strong.
That's a great out when you're sitting in your basement by yourself banging balls around.
Right. That was super strong. I mean, that every shot was tough.
So let's see what Sam's got in him now.
Yeah.
Sam was up 4 games in this set. Now he's only up 2, so he's certainly not in trouble. Like he's not at the point where he's going to get himself like he's up against the wall. But this is wow. That's a brutal spot to end up. So we're going to be seeing a push out here, but where do you even push out to?
Yeah, is the 2 ball down table?
Yeah.
Is that it down below the 6 or by the 6?
Yeah. So I guess you got to push out just basically through the 9 ball and just leave the edge of the 2, I think.
Yeah, I think you have to push to a safety. I think you can push to a standard.
This is what I would have done too. He went a little bit further than what I would have liked, but
yeah,
that's just nitpicking at that point. So you got to take this on. It's just too easy of a safety. Cut it into this. If you can overcut it around the 6 ball, that'd be fantastic, and send the cue ball 2 cushions back down below the 4, 5, and 10.
Yeah, if you can get behind that cluster, that's I can't. It's hard for me to see the angle, but yeah, if he's able to move that cue ball, I believe is that the 8 ball that he would be going 2 rails around.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think he's got to run the cue ball into the 6 though, or the 2 ball into the 6. Sorry.
The 2 ball into the 6.
Yeah.
It's not a bad way to go about it. Look at this shot.
He underhit it quite a bit though.
Oh, the camera was jumping. I thought it was moving faster than it was. It looked like it was going to go right where it was.
Yeah, I think at the end of this, I think you better take that phone and just turn it off for a couple of weeks so that it can recover from this.
Yeah.
It's not handling this pressure very well. So what is the shot here? Can you bank this 2 ball around the 3? No, he was trying to play the carom.
It looked like he fouled, but I'm not sure. Yep.
That's a pretty big mental error there. I mean, that's pretty unnecessary.
Yeah, and if Cash is going to have to smell some blood here, and he's going to have to be like, okay, he's made me pay for all my mistakes. I got to make him pay for this one.
And at the end of the day, I mean, there's a lot of work to be done on this rack still.
Yeah, but you're one good safety away from solving it right in the middle of the rack. So if you play the first few balls correctly.
No, I don't think you play a safety from here. I think the 4 ball goes by, the 5 ball passes the 10.
The 5 does pass the 10?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think the work here is just you want to get as close to that 8 ball, or you want to run basically just by the 8 ball, get into about that 3rd diamond on the top right rail, So you can come in line with the shot, and he ran into the 8 ball. So now he's got a lot of work to do. He needed to just get above the 8 ball.
Well, this might be the moment. Like I'm not sure the angle, but he may have a safety here. He may have a defensive shot where he can stick himself to that 10 ball.
I don't think so.
Ball.
I don't think so. I think to do that, you're going to have to send the 4 ball at the pocket, and that's just going to be too easy of a... I think you got to take it on and try to kind of cannon into the 5 ball and get it moving.
That's a good shot.
I think he hit it a little bit too hard, though. I think the 5 doesn't go. Now you can play it. Actually, no, you can't play the safety anymore. I mean, the only safety that you can really play now is cutting the 5 ball into the 7 and sending the cue ball way up table and maybe trying to get underneath the 6.
Well, I see one of Shane Van Boning's favorite shots right here, and that's that rail first spin off the 5. And then just, do you see that shot?
And then
with a rail first spin, carry him into the 7, and you've got the 5 up table.
Okay. Yeah, I don't hate that shot.
I've seen Shane shoot that shot 1,000 times. I don't think I've ever seen him miss it.
I don't hate the shot. I personally like the 5 off the right or the top side of the 7 more, I think.
Oh, it fit. What are we talking about?
Well, there you go. Well, now that I know it would have went, I still wouldn't have played it. Because look at this shot. No, I'm just kidding. I don't. I'll tell you what. This run out is still. I mean, this is I mean, if he makes it out of this one, the one that we were talking about or what was it, 2 racks ago, that was so good. That's child's play compared to what this is. To make this shot, get past the 10 ball for a shot on the 7, and then play short side on the 8 ball, and he almost did it. Okay, now we're definitely seeing a safety. Now we're going to see that cue ball go right underneath that 9 ball.
That's what we're supposed to see, yes.
Tucked right behind the back of it. And he's not going to quite get there, but it's good enough.
That's one of those safeties we were talking about. It's good enough to where you don't give up a sellout, but it's not good enough where you're going to get yourself a ball in hand.
No, and you're kind of leaving it up to the pool gods as to what you're actually going to get, because this is an easy kick shot, and the 7 ball's going up table, and the cue ball's going to the left. So whether or not the oh, I don't like this. I do not like jumping at this ball. I don't like jumping at it.
The kick's the shot.
The cue ball, you just have no control of the cue ball. And don't get me wrong, I like jumping just as much as the next guy, but that is too easy of a kick shot to not only execute but to get huge amounts of distance.
Yeah, well, yeah, you can naturally put the cue ball in a space where they can't do anything. Get in the hole.
Can you tell who you're rooting for?
I'm rooting for him to come back strong. I don't, of course I want to see Cash pull this set out, but I just want him to come back strong. I don't want him to hang a ball. I want him to, keep that out that he had earlier. That's the Cash that I know. And, and I want to see that fight in him for the rest of this match.
Yeah.
I
wouldn't mind seeing Hill at this point. Why not? What do we have better to do?
Yep.
Suppose I could watch the rest of the basketball game. I do like me some NBA.
There you go. All right, what do we got now?
6-5.
There we go.
With
closing the gap.
With Cash to break, so this is 3 straight for Cash.
There we go. I'm going to excuse myself for about 2 minutes. I'll be right back.
You got it. And that looks like a dry break. Yes. And does the one ball available at all? No, it's completely snookered. So we're going to see a push out here. And I think I like pushing down by the 7 ball personally. Yeah, he's not gonna be seeing this table. There is zero chance that this is going to be given back from. This is too easy of a safety. You can cross the 1 ball to the right end rail, send the cue ball down table. Just like that, and he's even going to get the bonus of being underneath the 7 ball. Not quite. But that's just too easy of a return. All right, so a couple of things in the chat. Thank you very much, Abby. You are easily my most favorite person in your household, and it's not even close. Thank you for the 50 stars. Payne McBride, of course I remember meeting you guys at Moscone Cup. Got to hang out with you guys for, well, I guess a couple days. I think I got to introduce you guys to, I want to say, well, I know I was able to introduce you guys to Max Eberly, and I want to say maybe Florian Kohler as well, although I might be making that one up. All right, so the 1 ball's available to the top left. I don't think you want to take this shot on. I think it's a little bit too tough to get position onto the 2 ball. I think I like thinning off the left side of the 1. I think I like thinning off the left side of the 1 ball and sending the cue ball around 3 rails back underneath the stack, the 10, 6, and 3. You'd have to avoid the double kiss on the 1 ball. It's a little bit difficult to tell as to whether or not that's in play or not, but I think that's the shot that I like if you can get to the left side of the 1. All right, all you bettors out there in the chat, just remember that if you make money off your horse, you better jelly them up. Even if it's a kiddo, you still should jelly your horses. The kids need lunch money. Make sure to send them a bill afterwards. It's kind of incredible the amount of jacked up shots that Cash has been taking on this match. So he's going to be traveling, trying to cut the 2 ball into the top left, traveling his cue ball to the bottom cushion and back up for the 3 ball past the 7. Looks to be pretty natural. Maybe just a little bit of outside spin. He missed the ball, and he's going to leave it for Sam. So can he cut the 2 ball in and hold it for the 3? Yes, he can. Oh, what a great shot. But he overran it by quite a bit. So if the 5 ball plays into the side, he's going to be running the cue ball around probably 5 rails in between the 6 and the 7, and then up all the way around the 8 ball. I would not be leaving this one short. I would be going all the way up table. And this is why I would not be leaving it short, because you're going to get snookered. There's no reason you have to hit that ball short. You can go the extended 2 rails and get all the way down to the bottom rail to extend out the 4th and the 5th rail. And he's shooting this fast, and he is going to sell out. There's no way he was playing that shot there. He was playing that to the side pocket. So it's going to be player option, and he is going. I think he's going to get this back. I don't think that. I mean, unless that 6 passes the 7 and he can make it, which it doesn't look like it can or it does. I think that Sam is going to get the shot back. Well, it appears I'm wrong, but it looks like he's going to be taken on. But I still think you don't take this one on. Yep, and that's not going to get you. It's not going to get there. Even if he does get to the spot where he wants, that jump shot is going to be such an easy shot for Sam to execute that the risk of taking that shot on is just not worth it to me. I really like the idea of just playing giving that shot back. You didn't have to take that on. And this rack is huge. This is a race to 8. Sam was up 6-2. Cash got it back to 6-5, and obviously this goes without saying, there is a huge difference between 7-5 versus 6-6. Getting to the hill versus making this a race to 2. And Sam, I think that's a lazy one right there. This is then to the side pocket. This has got to be played well. That's really nicely done. That is really nicely done. That gets Sam to the hill. All right, so George Walters asked the question, who won the other sets? The 8 ball was won by Sam. He won 7-0, and then the 9 ball was also won by Sam, and he won 10-7. So Sam is playing this match for the clean sweep of the 3 sets. It's the longest 2 minutes I've ever experienced.
I made it back.
We missed you.
I have no cameras, but I'm here.
Guess what? Abby sent me some of your money.
Abby did?
Yep. I got 50 cents of yours.
Nice. She's so sweet.
She sent me 50 stars.
Yeah.
And because
Love
of
you,
that,
babe. See you tomorrow.
yeah, I love you too, but I won't see you tomorrow.
She's happy about both.
I can't believe you have any money left. I mean, seriously, I mean, as much as you have to pay her to put up with you, how can you have any money left?
Yeah. She's an absolute gem.
That she is. Oh, she just sent me 50 more stars.
Oh my
Yes.
goodness.
By the end of this, you're not going to have a change drawer left.
Yeah. Let's just go with this, Nate. Let's go with this, Nate. It's worth it to be broke.
Well, I can't argue with that.
Yeah. You know Abby well. She is definitely the better half.
Um, she is the better 99
Stop,
100ths.
stop it.
Stop it. Uh, oh, and I got to give a shout out to Michael McDaniel as well. I got 50 stars from him too.
Nice.
Such many stars.
Well, I don't know. This match is at 7-5 right now.
7-5 right now. That
Okay.
last rack was huge.
Yeah.
6-6 as opposed to 7-5 on the hill. It's a big difference.
That's a tough one.
There was a
I mean,
$50 bet that was made in the chat while you were gone too.
oh wow.
Can't be feeling great about it. Jared said that they should put Sam on the Mosconi Cup this year.
Well, he's had a good match here, man. He's played really, really well. You know, he he's earned it. He's earned if he gets this set, he earned it. Cash would say the same.
Yeah.
I think all things being equal, you got to be honest and you got to be real about it. Cash has had some struggles today, and Sam has played real solid all the way through. A couple of mistakes. I think there's some fatigue setting in this 10 ball set for sure. I think that's pretty clear, but
Sam's.
I'm proud of them both.
I think Sam sees the finish line. He's
Yeah.
really picked up his pace in the last few racks.
Uh,
We don't want to see any silly mistakes out of you. Chris Arnold says the bet was not confirmed. Apparently, the bet wasn't confirmed.
I don't even know what the bet was.
They bet 50 bones on it,
Oh, I see.
but apparently it wasn't confirmed.
I see. Let me say one thing before, I have no idea when this match is going to end, if it's right now or if it's in 20 minutes. But I can't thank you enough, Nate,
What a
for
stroke
helping
that
me.
was. I'm sorry. That was a.
You're good.
Go ahead.
That was a great shot. No,
Yeah.
I can't thank you enough for helping me put this together and and spending the time to get this stream out. We don't have the best camera quality for this or anything else, but just to have the get these two on camera and an opportunity to play and everything is it's awesome, and I appreciate you very much.
Oh, of course. This has been an honor to stream. These two players have been gentlemen, both of them from start to finish, and it's looking like it's over now. But it's been a pleasure to sit in the booth with you, and I'm glad that you sat in with me.
Yeah, you bet. I'm going to go ahead and get in there because it looks like
Yeah, go ahead.
it's probably going to end. I'm going to get in there, but thank you so much. I'll let you close it out, buddy.
Yep. Cheers. And there's your winning 10 ball. So congratulations to Sam, Ryno, Henderson. That brings he won the 8 ball 7-0. He won the 9 ball 10-7, and he has now won the 10 ball 8-5. So, what a match this was. I thank everybody for tuning in and sweating this with us, participating in the chat, and for all the people who sent stars along the way or have made donations to the podcast throughout this stream tonight. we thank you very, very much. And for all the people who shared, we also thank you very, very much. It's been a pleasure. And until next time, make sure to like and follow the Cue It Up podcast or the Cue It Up network page, as well as Havoc Billiards to get more streams like this in the future for free. All of our streams will always be free. You never have to worry about paying for these. These are always to grow the game. So make sure to like and follow Cue It Up Network for more streams like this in the future. Other than that, I am going to be tuning out. So thank you all for tuning in. And until next time, congratulations, Sam. And phenomenal playing, Elsie. All right. Take care, everyone.